自衛隊員のバカめが。
グリーバス将軍、思っていたよりチビだな。
Hello there. I am Ginkgo, the Silver Fox, the kitsune with the silver fur and the golden heart. Welcome. Hello there. And today it is indeed a special event. At least it is for me, because I have been waiting for this for quite a few months. To give you a bit of background, I went to TwitchCon Las Vegas a couple of years back. Well, what am I saying? A couple of months back. And during that event there was a preview of Star Wars Unlimited, the new TCG. And what you see right here in front of the camera is actually the loot from that. It's not my recent purchase. So during the event they pretty much showed you how to play the game, and you also got some event exclusive cards. I don't know if they're event exclusive. I think these are included in some kind of hang on, let me see, can it focus? Sort of. I will read the card text out loud when necessary, but yeah, this mat is also something I got for free just by attending the event and you know, watching the preview. It does actually say event exclusive here, so yeah, this is like a special game mat that I got. Thank you. I tried to make sure I don't break the immersion too much, so yeah. I wanted to make sure in my human flesh form I'm also wearing my signature fingerless gloves. How are you doing, by the way, Hype? I hope you're doing well. So, for those who don't know, Star Wars Unlimited, it is a brand new TCG that came out, let me think, on the 8th of March, so fairly recently. It was this month. And hang on, I think the music is a bit too loud for me, it's blasting my ears. I'll make it a little louder on stream so you can hear it. Yeah, I have it pinned if you want to check it out later. Hello UV, hello. Yes. It is a rare occasion for you to see my hand, so savor it while it lasts. But yeah, the game came out on the 8th of March with the preview event on the 1st of March, and I wasn't able to go to the event, unfortunately. It's quite far away from my home city, but I did manage to secure some boxes and purchases, which I will show in just a moment. So let's put Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader to the side. I'm gonna show you what I got, and then we'll get to the actual opening. Hang on a sec. So the first thing is gonna be this. Hang on, I think it's a bit difficult for me to like show the camera. I took way too much trying to set up the camera properly, so it's not the best angle, but hopefully it will do. So Spark of Rebellion is the name of the very first set, and it's called the 2-player starter set because it does contain the 2 pre-made decks, and one is actually these are the ones I believe I played during the preview event at TwitchCon. So I played this Luke Skywalker deck and my opponent played Darth Vader deck, and I'm pretty sure that there are some special cards, the promo cards, the ones that I have here in it. And I did read that there are in total 10 cards that are exclusive to this 2-player starter set, which you can't pull from any of the boxes, so that's why I really wanted to get this. I also got Spark of Rebellion pre-release set, so this came out a week before the official launch, which was on March 8th, of course. And this contains a number of tokens, some accessories. I think it has some... Wait, let me actually see on the other side. So it says it has 8 booster packs, 2 pre-release promo cards. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader. It has counter tokens. You will see what I mean. The quick start rules, deck building guide, a divider card, and 1 deluxe deck box, so it's pretty nice. Even though I wasn't at the pre-release event, I did manage to secure one of these boxes. I think it's because I'm friends with one of the people that work at the game shop, so I'm very grateful. She also included some bonus stuff which I didn't purchase because she's a sweetheart. Shout out to Jellyfish, that's her name in World of Warcraft, so that's how I'm gonna call her. And these are like the actual booster packs. Each of them have 16 cards in them, so it's pretty generous, but they cost like $5 a pack, so maybe pricier than Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Magic the Gathering kind of cards. And each of the card packs contains a leader. It also contains a base. I will explain the whole base and leader concepts later, because some of these packs have like rules and guides. Oh, sorry to hear you're not feeling too well, UV. I'm hoping I will be able to comfort you at least a bit or entertain you, so here, have a heart. Okay. But yeah, I got 4 of these card packs, and with the pre-release box that's like 10 packs in total, I wanted to have like a nice round number of 10. And this is bonus stuff that I didn't expect to get, but nevertheless, she included in the pack, like, you can already see some of these base cards. Apparently there's a number of tokens in it and some... I already see some cards. Oh yeah, yeah, the experienced and learned token, yeah. We'll see. And this is, I think, something for the store events. Oh, hang on. It says weekly play 3 card booster. So there is, I think this is similar to other card games where you basically get some card packs and then open them and then try to make a deck out of it and then you play against opponents. Thank you, thank you. I don't know if I would call it a desk mat. I suppose it doubles as that, but I kinda got it along the for the card game, so maybe it can, yeah, I guess it can double as a desk mat, but also as a mat for the trading card game. So yeah, let's jump right into it. I am very excited, and wish me luck. Oh, by the way, above my head, wait, let me actually point to it. Can I? Yeah, like right there. Oh, hang on. Over there you will see like a little slideshow. It displays like the different rarities. Hang on, it should be moving. Yeah, there we go. And it shows like, so there's common, uncommon cards, there's a variant called, these are actually called the hyperspace variants because it doesn't have the black border. And instead it has, you can't really see it on camera, but it does have like this hyperspace effect around the border, and it's kind of like alternate art. But as you can see in the slideshow, there are foil cards. There's one guaranteed in each pack. The hyperspace seems to be 2 in 3 packs. The rare or legendary hyperspace variants are 1 in 15 packs, so I may not pull any because I have 10 in total. Then we have hyperspace rare foil, the foils. Foils, hyperspace, and rare legendary 1 in 50 packs, even more rare. And the rarest cards are the, which I'm hoping to get, but I'm not expecting it. It's a showcase, so these are only the leader cards that have alternate art and they have special foil treatment and 1 in 12 boxes, so as they say on the website, they are few and far in between, so if I get one then I can consider myself especially lucky. Maybe that's also why I'm streaming this opening, because as they say, as everyone knows, there's a thing called streamer luck, so we'll see. Alright. I think I'm going to start with the 2-player starter set. Just gonna open the box off camera if I can. And then I will show the contents. I went such a hype up music too from Sam Wong, I believe he's called. Can check out, he makes a lot of cool remixes. Okay, wasn't too difficult to open. The first thing I see in front of me, I think this is, I don't know if this is just posters or these are supposed to work as a, oh no, this is actually like yeah, it's a good way to explain the whole thing. I think it should serve also as like a playing field. And there are some explanations here. So it's very similar to Magic the Gathering or also some other different card games like this, because you have resources, you have to put... let me actually set up. Okay, let's actually do this in real time. So you have your leader card. You have exactly 1 leader. You have a base. Actually, I think I have a base already here in one of the bonus cards. And basically there are two arenas, ground units and space units. Space units seem to be more rare, but they are basically the ships like the X-Wings, the TIE Fighters. You even have the big Star Destroyers, but those are pretty rare cards. Suppose this is where you should be putting your deck. You have your discard pile, basically units that died or spells that you used up. Spells I think are called events in this game. And yeah, you have the thing called the initiative counter. I wonder if the box includes something. It should include because it's like a standard thing. And so you put your base into play, facing your opponent. Okay, so I guess it should face like this. Put your leader into play, horizontal unit, non-unit side face up. It says below the base. I suppose this is okay to be facing you because you need to be reading the leader. Randomly determine which player starts the game with initiative and give the initiative counter to that player. Set aside all other counters and tokens. Yeah, you will see what those are. Let's actually see. Do we have these already here in the box? What the heck are these? Oh, okay. So I also got like these folded deck boxes. One for Darth Vader and one for Luke Skywalker, of course. Yeah, the two-player card set. I will totally bring this with me to conventions. Like, I don't know, it's too early to say how popular this card game will actually be, but I know I want to at least start collecting the different cards, and a lot of conventions have like a TCG section, so I'm very much interested in, you know, finding people, teaching them how to play it. I'm a bit rusty on the rules, but maybe we can get a refresher on it. What's this? Seems like another folded poster-like thing. I think this is again just yeah, this is like another playing field. Of course, there's two of this. One, of course, with just how they say it, Luke Skywalker, and the other one has Darth Vader on the other side. Okay. What else? These are the tokens. So your base has health, and it has a total of 30 health. There are bases that only have 20 or 25, I think, but those have some special abilities, and these are basically damage counters. Like, this is how you help keep track of your units or your base's health. You basically put these damage counters on them. I think this X is the initiative counter. Let's actually pull one out here. So yeah, this you put right here. And initiative basically means which player acts first. And let me actually read what it says here. So, round structure. You have the action phase and the regroup phase. Players go back and forth, each taking one action at a time. Okay. So, I guess the player who has the initiative counter, so whoever was determined randomly at the beginning of the game, will start first. You can do the following. Play a card from your hand. So, play a card from a hand. I guess that means playing it into either the ground unit or space unit. It will say on the card, so it's pretty obvious. Attack with a unit. Now, the asterisk here is that you can't attack with a unit, I think, the very first turn they are summoned. Unless it has like a special ability. Yeah, for example, here there are keywords, and one of them is ambush. And unit that has ambush can ready and attack immediately. Use an action on ability on a card. Okay, this is determined by the card. Take the initiative. So this is pretty important because if you run out of things to do. Hello, Snow. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Yes, hello. It is indeed Star Wars, and I'm opening some stuff with Handcam. And this is the quick starter rules, so if you get this starter guide, you will be able to like brush up on the rules. But yeah, I was about to explain, I think, the regroup phase. The regroup phase is after you run out of things to do in the action phase. So you take one action, the opponent takes one action, and then when you run out of actions, you go into the regroup phase. And during that, you draw 2 cards. You may choose to put a card from your hand into play, face down as a resource. I believe you start with 2 resources, and then you keep on increasing it each turn. And ready all the exhausted cards in place. So once you attacked with a unit, it will become exhausted. Unless probably there are some special cards who ignore this rule, but they get exhausted and the resources get exhausted as well. So let's say I play a unit that costs 2 resources. I will then have to exhaust those resources, and then yeah, I have my unit in play. So once we do the regroup phase, you go into the action phase of the next round, starting with the player who has the initiative. And yeah, one of the actions is to take the initiative from the opponent. So it's important to... Yeah, because the action phase only ends when both players pass. So let's say your opponent passed and you don't have any units to attack with anymore, you don't have any more cards to play, you can still take the initiative and make sure that the next round you start. Yeah, no problem, go ahead. I know I played Final Fantasy XIV myself, so I know how much fun it can be, especially if you play with friends, but I'm taking a break from it right now and mostly focusing on World of Warcraft. But yeah, let's see what... So far we got accessories like different tokens and items, quick starter guide, and looks like the deck itself is pretty well... Okay, it's kind of wedged in here, just like Wedge Antilles. Let's see, I think I need to actually break this part so that I can extract the decks. Okay, I appreciate it. Okay. I'm a bit brute forcing this. I don't know if I'm doing it the right way, but oh well. Okay, I don't get how they put these deck boxes in it. Wow, okay, so you have to like undo the button here. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, it was pretty tightly secured, so this is the biggest treasure perhaps in the 2-player starter set, 2 pre-made decks. And this means that the main reason that I wanted to get this is because it means that I can just bring one of them at least, and you know, if I go to a convention, I just want, or just anywhere where I want to present the game to someone and help them play with it. So let's open these up and let's see what's inside. The website mentions that this 2-player starter set has a total of 10 cards that you can find anywhere in the card pack, so that's another reason I wanted this. Okay, I opened, it looks like the Darth Vader pack first. So first we have... Okay, so this is the leader card, and it is the same as It's the same card in a way than the one I got. Hang on, it's buried under here. The one that I got on TwitchCon, but now you can actually see the difference between a hyperspace variant and the regular artwork. So let's see. Oh yeah, so leader units are special because they have two sides. Once per game, as the so-called epic action, you can deploy your leader and flip it on the other side and play it as a unit, in which case it will act as an actual unit. And I think, I don't know if leaders are able to attack right away, probably not, because they have to be readied, but yeah. Leaders in this case, of course they are very powerful, they are considered, I think, legendary cards. Because they have attack and health, they can actually die like any other unit. And once it is defeated, you basically put it back into the leader. And it can still use its leader abilities, which I will read right now what that is for Darth Vader. But you can never deploy them again. So let's see, what does it say here? Darth Vader, the leader card. Dark Lord of the Sith, Force Imperial Sith. So each card has like some kind of label underneath it. It doesn't have a lot of gameplay implications. Some cards do mention that if you have an Imperial unit, if you have a Force unit. Hello, yes, you're here, Yubi. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so Darth Vader's leader ability is for one resource. If you play a card with the villain, if you play a villain card this phase, so villain is basically cards that have this little black icon on them. And red, there are the different colors, I will explain those a little later, but red I believe is aggression. Red is called aggression and this black icon is called villainy. So if you play a villainy card, this plays deal 1 damage to a unit and 1 damage to a base. So basically, yeah, I remember my opponent played a much more aggressive deck than I did. Mine was more defensive. And you basically expand the resource to deal 1 damage to a unit and 1 damage to a base. So you continuously assaulting your opponent as long as you play a villainy card. Now, one of the main things that I probably should have mentioned already is that how you build your deck is kind of determined on your base and leader that you choose, because your leader has a color, like blue is vigilance, if I'm not mistaken. Come on, focus. Doesn't want to do it. Okay, so, but you can see the blue icon and you see it has the hero icon, and then the base also has a color. Bases, as far as I know, only have one color. There we go, now it's kind of focused. This one is green, which is leadership. Okay. And you can put any card in your deck, but there is a catch, because if the card doesn't match one of the icons from your leader and or base, then you have to pay 2 extra resources for it. So maybe there's a really powerful card that you just want to include for flavor, or because you want to have an advantage against your opponent. You can still include it, but if it's not a green card or a blue card or a hero card or a blue card, I think this is secondary. If it's not a blue or a green card, then you have to play extra resources. These pre-built decks, I think, are made so that they are only green or well, it's Darth Vader, so let's put Darth Vader in here. let's put these aside for now. Actually, let's put them as ground units so we can have something on each side. Okay, so yeah, the next card in this deck is the command center, something I already had over here. Let's put this back in the bonus cards pile. Let's put this over here, so we have to make it face the opponent. And once again, this is basically the health that you have. Your base has 30 health. Okay, very interesting. It's Darth Vader's deck, but you have a picture of Yoda, but these are actually tokens, so these are kind of like equipped cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or I think Magic the Gathering also has equipped cards. And these are played through various card effects, and like let's say it will say experienced, put an experienced token on your unit, then you put it on your unit, and it will have this plus whatever stats it has here. It will have that increased stats, and yeah, this is a picture of for those who don't know Star Wars lore, but yeah, this is from the Empire Strikes Back, Luke Skywalker training with Yoda. And you have a total of 3 of these experience tokens. And it looks like we are finally getting to the actual units. First one is a TIE Fighter. It's 1 resource cost villainy. It has like the black icon over there. And it's a space unit, which means you play it on this side. You have seemingly a total of 2 TIE Fighters in this deck. Now, generally speaking, space units can only attack space units, ground units can only attack ground units, unless it's specified in the card text that they can attack the other side. Like Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader, no matter how powerful they are, they can't actually reach the TIE Fighters in the space arena. But we have the classic Stormtrooper, Death Star Stormtrooper. It's red and black, so it's villainy. I'm just gonna call them by colors because I may not remember the exact name. So it's a red and black card. It has no effect, but it has 3 attack, 1 health, and it has the Imperial and the Trooper tags, which may come in handy for certain spell effects. I'm used to the term spell, but I think it's called event. So you have a total of 3 Stormtroopers, which I'm pretty sure have very good aim. Hey, see what I did there? Luke Skywalker disguised himself as a Stormtrooper at some point in the Death Star, so it fits. Okay, I think this is one of the exclusive cards to this set. Hang on, I'm just gonna let the ad break go through because I snoozed the ad twice, but I can snooze it only one more time. So let me just show this real quick. It's Admiral Ozzo. I think he was part of the scene in the New Hope, but I'm not sure. I'm not very familiar with him. So he is a 2 resource red and black card, so you need to have, so because you have Darth Vader with the red and black icons, you can play it for the standard cost. It has 2 health and 3 health and 2 attack, and it has an action effect, which means it's kind of like an activated effect. Once it's on the field, you can play an Imperial unit from your hand by paying its cost. And it enters the play ready. Each opponent may ready a unit, so yeah, it's a very aggressive thing. Okay, so yeah, I think he counts as a legendary card when it comes to rarities. Okay, looks like Stream Elements doesn't want to announce the ad time anymore, at least not today, but it's okay. You guys can let me know if you have an ad and I'll stop so that I can show it later. Okay, you have the First Legion Stormtrooper. While attacking a damage unit, this unit gets +2/+0 and gains Overwhelm. Overwhelm meaning deals success damage to the opponent's base. So I would say this is an improvement on the regular Stormtrooper, so the First Legion Snowtrooper, because if... Oh, now it announces the ad break, okay. While attacking a damage unit, this unit gets +2/+0. So normally it has 2 attack and 3 health, but if it's attacking a damage unit, which is pretty easy to do thanks to Darth Vader, you will get a bonus attack and you will also gain Overwhelm, which is pretty powerful because you not only deal damage to the unit but also to the base. And you can attack the bases directly normally, unless your side or the opponent's side, should I say, has something called I think I forgot what the name was, but it's basically called Taunt in other card games, like cards that you have to attack first before attacking other units or the other player. Okay, we have 2 of these Snowtroopers. We have 2 of Admiral Motti. This is the guy who said in... Oh, the ad breaks end soon, but... Wow, you actually have... Oh, sorry, I dropped it. You actually have 3 Admiral Mottis. I don't know, is this a Camino cloning situation? I don't know how you can have 3 of him, but I digress. This is the guy who, if you remember the scene in The New Hope, he said, "Don't try to frighten us, Vader, with your sorcerer's ways." And then Vader started to say, "I find your lack of faith disturbing," and yeah, pretty much that was the first time we saw the Force choke on the screen. So he's 2 mana, or 2, should I say 2 resource, I should get used to the terms in Star Wars Unlimited. A 2 resource unit, only 1 attack and 1 health, but it has a when defeated effect, which means that if it gets defeated, if it goes to 0 health and gets to the discard pile, then you can ready a villain unit, so ones that have this black icon, which can lead to some interesting strategies. Okay, now we had Snowtroopers, now we have Snowtrooper Lieutenant. When played, you may attack with a unit. If it's an Imperial unit, it gets +2/+0 for this attack. You can only attack with a ready friendly unit. Okay, so it actually has less health than a normal Snowtrooper, but it does have a pretty powerful effect, because when you attack with it, you can attack with another unit simultaneously. And it gets +2/+0. So let's say you attack with your Snowtrooper Lieutenant, then you attack with your Snowtrooper, First Legion Snowtrooper. It gets +2 its attack from the Lieutenant, and then if it attacks a damage unit, it will get an additional +2, so you get like a +6, all for a 2 resource card. That's pretty good, I would say. Of course, after it attacks, it will get exhausted, so you can't probably separately attack with the Snowtrooper itself. But, you know, interesting strategy. You have the other lieutenants, so you have 2 in total. Okay, we have the Viper droids, the Viper probe droids. Hello, Anthony. Hello, hello. Nice to see you. I'm opening some cards. This is actually some pre-made decks that come in the starter set. So the probe droids that you saw in Empire Strikes Back, it's a villainy card, and it has 3 attack and 2 health, which is pretty decent for a 2 resource card. And when played, you can look at your opponent's hand. I would say that's pretty good. One might even include it in a deck that has the heroism mark, because you would have to pay 4 resources instead of 2, but looking at your opponent's hand does have a lot of advantages there. In fact, 2 of these Viper Probe droids. Okay. Admiral Payet. I will try to let you guys see these cards as much as possible, but I will take a picture later. I think it would take too long if I tried to show off every single card and focus on every one. This one has each friendly non-leader unit that costs 6 or more gains ambush. After you play that unit, it may attack ready and attack an enemy unit. So this is a green and black card, so it fits this deck quite well. And once you play another non-leader unit, so not Darth Vader or another leader, it costs 6 or more. So far we've only seen cards that cost 2 or less. You may attack with it immediately, which is a pretty significant advantage because normally you have to wait to attack with this. So a lot of the Star Destroyers are 7 or 8 resource cards, so being able to attack with those right away is very good. We have Super Laser Technician, so this is the guy on the Death Star that actually fires the laser. It is a green and black 3 resource Imperial unit. It has 2 attack and 1 health only, but when defeated you may put this into the resource. So normally when you defeat the unit you put them here in the discard pile, but this guy, he goes right into the I believe resources are always played face down. Yeah, that would make sense, and it is counted as a ready resource. So you may, let's say you want to defeat an enemy unit that has only 2 health left, you attack into it, you take it out, you take out the Super Laser Technician too, but it will then become a resource for you to make use of it. Man, I love this music, I just have to say that. Okay, we have another Super Laser Technician. And the 3rd Super Laser Technician, very good. Okay, this is a lot of the Empire Strikes Back or the New Hope units, like characters that appeared in these particular movies. Okay, here we have a Cell Block Guard, 3 resource, 3 health, 3 attack, Imperial Trooper, and this has the keyword Sentinel. Hang on. Just have to hydrate real quick. Sentinel, yeah, that's the word in this game for taunt. It basically means that if you play a card with Sentinel, your opponent has no choice but to attack that first. It can't attack other units unless they also have Sentinel, and they can't attack your base. We have a total of 3 guards. Man, only 3 guards. No wonder they could rescue Princess Leia so easily. Okay, you have... Ah, now I see. So this is General Veers. I believe he was in one of the AT-ATs in Empire Strikes Back. So he's a 3 resource black card with 3 attack and 3 health, and other friendly Imperial units, so pretty much everything we have seen here, get +1/+1, a very significant, and this is the first time, not the first time, but this is a card that actually has, come on, focus. You see that little star next to its name? It means it's a unique card. What that means is that you can only have one of these on the playing field. Same with Admiral Motti, Darth Vader, and so on. I think you can play a second unit, like if you want to refresh its health, but then you have to discard the original one. So let's say, I think if I have an Admiral Motti in play and I want to play another one, I have to defeat Admiral Motti and put it on the field, which is beneficial because when Admiral Motti is defeated, I may ready another Imperial unit. So yeah, General Veers. Okay, wow, we have not one but three Grandma Tarkins. You may fire when ready. Yeah, let's see what he does. So he's a 4 resource Imperial official. He has the black and the green tags. He has 2 attack and 3 health, and when played you can search the top 5 cards of your deck for 2 Imperial cards, reveal them, and draw them. Put the other cards on the bottom of the deck in a random order. So pretty good. It helps you maintain advantage, because as you start playing cards you start running out of cards in your hand, but with this card you can maintain the momentum. You can you play this, you look at 5 cards in your deck, hopefully you have at least 2 Imperial cards in it, and then you draw them. The disadvantage, of course, is that, or should I say caveat, is that you show it to your opponent, but I think, you know, it's worth getting 2 fresh cards into your hand. Okay, so I'm noticing that as I go through this deck, I get more and more expensive units. This is the Imperial Interceptor. It has 4 resource, red and black, 3 attack, 2 health. But when I play it, I may deal 3 damage to a space unit. Interestingly, it doesn't say to an enemy. So unless it's like a ruling that you can't damage your own units, which I don't think there is such a ruling, you may even defeat one of your own space units. Why you would do that? I don't know, maybe you have a space unit that has a defeated effect that maybe gains you some kind of advantage, so you have 3 of them. We have the TIE Advance. This is what Darth Vader flew in, actually, at least in the New Hope. It's another space unit. It has 4 resources. It has only the black mark, so if you have a leader that is considered a villain, so it has the black mark but maybe it doesn't have the red, you can still play it for the standard cost. So it's very flexible. When played, you give 2 experience tokens to another friendly Imperial unit. And it says just Imperial unit, doesn't have to be like space unit. And this is where actually these experience tokens come in. You basically put this, I think, like under your unit or something, and it will give +1, +2. Okay, now we're getting into the heavy machinery. We have the ATST, the walkers, that you saw first in the Empire Strikes Back. This is 6 resource black card with 6 attack and 7 health. It's considered Imperial, Vehicle and a Walker. And it has Overwhelm, which means that once this bad boy is in play and is able to attack, it can, with 6 attack, you can take out a lot of units almost instantly. And any excess damage is dealt to the base itself. And you have 2 of these in the deck. Ooh, nice. This is a space unit. Finally getting to the Star Destroyers, the big capital ships. This is the Gladiator Star Destroyer, 6 resource, green and it has the green and black tags, 5 attack, 6 health. It is Imperial Vehicle Capital Ship. When played, give a unit Sentinel for this phase. Units in this arena can't attack your non-Sentinel units or your base. Okay, so you play this and you give... I don't know if you can target, maybe you can only target units in the same arena as this. I had to read up on the rules for that, but you can give another unit Sentinel, which means you give another unit taunt, basically, and that means they won't be able to attack your base directly or the other units, but it only counts for this arena. So if I have a Sentinel here, a ground unit can still attack the base directly and any other units freely, unless that one has unless the opponent has Sentinel in that side of the field. Hello Starfunky, bine venit, bine venit. Welcome. My day is going very well. I had a pretty stressful day at work today because there were some issues and a lot of clients complained, but that is over now. I'm just enjoying opening some cards. Yeah, Csesafac, night Csesafac. Csesafu, night Csesafu. That's a Romanian saying. What can you do? There's nothing you can do. That's the gist of it. So, we have another ground unit. This one already costs quite a lot. It costs 8 resources, so it's a late game card. It has 9 attack and 9 health, green and black, and when this unit attacks and defeats a unit, you may deal the excess damage from this attack to an enemy ground unit. So it's kinda like Overwhelm, but Overwhelm deals the excess damage to the base, this deals the excess damage to another ground unit, so pretty good. And you seem like you only have one. Okay. This is called, as you can see in the title, Star Wars Unlimited. It came out on the 8th of March with a pre-release event on the... when was it? The 1st of March, yeah. It's basically for Mărțișor and for 8 Martie. To Romanian holidays. Okay, we have Emperor Palpatine, a ground unit of course. I think this is... I'm not sure if this is exclusive again to this set, but it has 8 resources. I'm not sure what kind of deck I made, so this... wait, hang on, do I still have this around? Where was it? Yeah, I had to kind of rip this open, but this is like a starter set with 2 pre-built decks. One is based on Luke Skywalker and the other one on Darth Vader. Luke Skywalker is the more defensive and Darth Vader is a more aggressive kind of deck. Right now I'm showing the cards from the Darth Vader deck. So yeah, Emperor Palpatine has Overwhelm. When attacking a unit, deal excess damage to the opponent's base, and when played you deal 6 damage divided as you choose among enemy units. So basically he does his Force Lightning and damages units. It's pretty interesting because 6 damage is pretty powerful, and you may deal it to a single unit. Like if it has 6 health, you can defeat it immediately, or if there are... Yeah, I did get some... yeah, unlimited power. I can't do the voice like that, but basically that's the gist of it, indeed. And yeah, I did get some card packs as well, so maybe I will customize the starter decks, but I will totally bring these with me to both the East European Comic Con and like conventions usually have these TCG sections, so I'm excited to show it off to another person and maybe even get them into the game. Okay, next card is a 9 resource Star Destroyer. It's called the Relentless. I don't know, I think this is from... This isn't from the movies, it's from something else. Thank you, thank you. This is Imperial Vehicle, Capital Ship, green and black, 8 attack, 8 health. The first event played by each opponent, each round loses all abilities. Oh, interesting. So, event is basically the spells that are like, you play that card and then you discard it right away. It's not considered a unit, but it says each opponent because there is a format in which you can have more than one opponent, and you can also have like an allied player with you. It's pretty cool. Okay, now we are getting into the item cards. So these are like equip cards. Vader's lightsaber. You actually have 3 of them. I guess he built some extra just in case he loses one of them. You can attach this to a non-vehicle unit, so it doesn't have to be Darth Vader. You can even attach it to others, like a stormtrooper. And it gives you +3, it gives that unit +3/+1, so I don't know, maybe Darth Vader was clumsy and he lost his lightsaber in the snow. A snowtrooper picks it up and he gets +3/+1. Of course, he's not very efficient with it, but Darth Vader, he can, if you equip it to him, then he gets an additional ability. If attached unit is Darth Vader, you may deal 4 damage to a ground unit. So in that case, so ideally you will attach it to Darth Vader. And if not, then you can still have a very powerful unit with the +3 attack. Okay. Wow. I forgot like how many cards are in a deck by standard. I think 50 or something. Had quite a few so far. Okay, so this is the first event card that we see in the deck. It's called Recruit. So these are like the spell cards in this game. It has a 1 resource cost and it has the effect search the top 5 cards of your deck for a unit, reveal it and draw it. And this is a green card, which means that either your base or your leader should have the green color. Otherwise, you can still add it to your deck, and let's face it, searching your deck for a card and adding it to your hand, at least the top 5 cards, is a pretty good effect. So it may be worth the extra cost, because if the card doesn't match the color of your leader or your base, then you have to pay 2 extra resources. If you have plenty of, why not? Go for it. And after you play an event, you place it here in the discard pile. Okay. Force choke. Okay, now we're getting to the good stuff. I find your lack of faith disturbing. Oh, thank you for the energy. Thank you, thank you. Because I have the hand cam, I don't have my live 2D today, but so the give energy doesn't trigger anything on the screen, but still I appreciate it and acknowledge it. Okay, Force Choke. I find your lack of faith disturbing. If you control a Force unit, so like Luke Skywalker, Palpatine, or I think there are a number of other Jedi and Sith and other Force users. If you control a Force unit, this event costs 1 less to play, so it may cost only 1. And it is a red and black, so ideally you need to have it in a Darth Vader deck or any other deck that has the red and the villainy color. Otherwise you have to pay... Actually, to be more specific, if I would play this in a deck that doesn't have red or black, so it doesn't have any of them, I wouldn't have to pay 2, I would have to pay +2 for each color that I don't have, so I would have to pay 6 resources, which I don't think is really worth it, but I don't know, maybe you like the effect and maybe you have a Force unit, so in that case it costs only 5. So what does it actually do? Deal 5 damage to a non-vehicle unit. The unit's controller draws a card. So it's pretty good. You can, with 5 damage you can take out, well, pretty much almost everything in the ground units that we saw today, but the disadvantage is that the opponent gets to draw a card, but still it's a very cheap card to deal a lot of damage to a single ground unit, and it has to be a non-vehicle unit, so you can't choke a Viper droid, or wait, actually you can choke it because yeah, it's not a vehicle, so you can totally choke a Viper droid. Like you can crush its chassis, I suppose, but you can't crush let's say, yeah, an ATST for example is a vehicle, so you can't use Force Choke on it. Even though Darth Vader could probably totally use Force to... What creature card can use an effect like sacrifice another teammate card field to stop attack? I don't know, we haven't met a card like that. We do have kind of the opposite of it. We have cards with Sentinel, which basically means they sacrifice themselves. Cards with Sentinel have to be attacked first in the arena. So yeah. But maybe we'll see. I think there's a card called the Death Trooper that deals 1 damage to the opponent, but also 1 damage to a friendly unit. Okay. We have Resupply. It's an event card, so it's a spell, and instead of putting into the discard pile, this goes into the resource pile, but it is exhausted, which means you can't use the resource until the next action phase. You have a regroup phase in which you ready all exhausted cards. So yeah, this goes here. We have Darth Vader, so he's I believe there's a separate unit card, but he is a red and black. Wait, you can actually see it better from here. Red and black card, and yeah, that means you ideally have red and black cards in your deck. It has a leader ability, which costs a resource. Some leaders can use their abilities for free, but for 1 resource, Darth Vader does the following. When you play a black unit, you can deal 1 damage to a unit and 1 damage to the base, which is pretty good. And as an epic action, you can deploy a leader, so you flip it to the other side, and you put it in the ground. I think all leaders are ground units, it would make sense. And you then can treat it as a separate unit. Yeah, basically everything has a resource cost, that's correct, if that's what you mean. And once a leader is defeated on the battlefield, it can retreat and just become a leader card again, but you can't deploy it again, it will remain there. Okay, we have Open Fire. We have actually 3 of them. It's a pretty straightforward. It's a red card. Deal 4 damage to a unit. It has the Stormtroopers, so it's probably gonna take a while to actually hit something, but you know, it's the thought that counts. You still deal the 4 damage. Yeah, pew pew pew. Oh, yeah, I saw this in the website, in the card database. This is probably my favorite card because it has like such a wacky effect. It's "No, I am your father." So it actually has that title, "I am your father," and it has that scene, that pose Darth Vader gives to Luke. And it has it's a black card with a 3 resource cost, and you deal 7 damage to an enemy unit unless its controller says no. If they do, you draw 3 cards. So this is a pretty unique effect as far as I saw. Like, your opponent can say no. I guess just like how Luke said no, and then you don't deal damage, but you do get to draw 3 cards. So either way, it's a pretty good card. I don't know. I don't think there's one yet, but we'll see. And you actually have 3 of these "I am your father." Honestly, even in a deck that doesn't have the black but the white mark, so the hero cards, I'm tempted to include it just for the fun of the whole thing, like "I am your father," and then they have to say no, and I draw 3 cards, and if they don't say no because they don't want me to draw 3 cards, I just deal massive damage to a single unit. Okay, and what else? Just 2 more cards in this deck. Maximum Firepower. So we have... This is actually... Hang on, I'll put this to the side later, but actually the mat that I have is based on this artwork. Yeah, he doesn't want to pay child support, that's why he bailed on them. Okay, so maximum firepower, when a friendly Imperial unit deals damage equals to its power to a unit. Then another friendly Imperial unit deals damage equal to its power to the same unit. So this is basically allows you to focus fire, and there's actually some. So let's say you have an ATST to make it match the team, and another ATST. You play for maximum firepower for 4 resources. You choose an ATST, it will deal 6 damage to a unit, and then you choose the other ATST, you deal 6 more damage, and with that you are pretty much guaranteed to take out any unit, because I don't think anything has more than 9 health in this game right now. And the last card is Overwhelming Barrage, which is another event card. It gives +2/+2 to a friendly unit, then it deals damage equal to its power divided as you choose among any number of units. It's pretty cool. You have like some kind of, like, I guess it's a planet, but the sun is just starting to rise behind it. Or it could be a black hole for all I know, and you have like a fleet. Actually, it's a Star Destroyer against 2 rebel capital ships. Yeah, I will show it. There is in fact something like this, like a starter guide, but after I opened all the cards, because I'm eager to get into that. And you can also check it out on, let me actually pull up the web page. StarWarsUnlimited.com. If you want to get like news and information about the game. I will try, but I don't know when I will get more of these card packs. Right now I want to save my budget for other things, but I will totally do more in the future. I can see myself doing this again. Handcam streams from time to time. I couldn't wait to do this because at first I saw this in on TwitchCon. They had a preview event, so yeah. Now let's get to... maybe I should put this aside now. Hang on. Yep. Careful. Okay, so this is the mat. It says event exclusive that I got on TwitchCon. It sort of serves as a desk mat, but also a mat for the card game, I suppose. Okay. Let me see, is the playlist still... I think it's... Oh, okay, Star Wars Epic Music Compilation, but I'm afraid I might get more copyright strikes. Let me go back to the Samuel Kim music. He has another playlist for Star Wars classic, like a remix, so to speak. How about... We already had the Star Wars Epic Samurai collection. Star Wars Medieval collection. There we go. This will do nicely. Thank you for the posture check. Okay, so we have the Luke Skywalker leader card. We have the Administrator's Tower. Oh, and the water too. Yeah, I'm gonna take a sip of water. Norok. Okay, so the main thing is that you need to have a leader and the base, and the base has 30 health, some of them have 25, but then they have an effect. And these basically are around which you will build your deck, because so for example Luke Skywalker has the black and white tags, no, blue and white tags, which means vigilance and heroism, and the base has I think cunning, and that means I'm not in these decks, but I may pull one from the card packs, we will see, and then I can show it off. So these are the tokens, experience tokens. You can add these to certain cards. I'll just read run to the effects, I won't read them out loud. Unless it's like a really interesting one, because I still have quite a bit to go through. So we have the... Actually, I think I will show them close to the camera, and then I'll just put them on the field. So the surgical droid. This is kind of like what you saw tend to Luke Skywalker in the Empire Star X pack after he got pretty much frostbitten. Heal 2 damage from another unit. So when it attacks, you heal 2 damage. So this is a more defensive deck. And we have the popular, medic robot. We have the popular duo R2D2, 3 of them. When this guy is played, it actually combos well, but I don't know where C-3PO is. I thought C-3PO would be the next card, but I think he's a 3 resource card, so... Yeah, we have, for now, R2D2. When this is played, or when it attacks, you can look at the top card of my deck, and I put it on the bottom or the top of my deck. And this will combo well with C-3PO's attack. I remember using this deck back at the convention. We have the Alliance X-Wings. It's a... Oh, one fell. I guess that was Porkins who... he didn't do so well. He didn't eject. You have 2 attack, 3 health space unit, which is played on this side. I only played one match because they were having like these exhibition matches where you basically get explained how to play the game, and you know there were quite a few people, so I didn't get to play a lot of them, but still it was pretty good. Oh my! And we finally have 3 TPO. He's a 2-mana card, and he combos with R2D2, because when this is played or when it attacks, you choose any number, then look at the top card of your deck. If it's a cost as the chosen number, you may reveal and draw it, otherwise you leave it in the top of your deck. So what you would do in this deck is you play R2D2. You look at the top card of your deck, then you play C-3PO and you say, let's say 4, and you reveal that card, and what do you know? Because you looked at it before with R2D2, you know it's a 4 cost card, so you get to actually add it to your hand. Rebel Pathfinder. This is a heroism card, 2 attack and 3 health. This has the new keyword Saboteur. Let me show this off. It seems like there's only one of this, so it may be an exclusive card to this thing. Yeah, but Saboteur, what it does, when it attacks, it ignores Sentinel and defeats the defender's shields. So basically we saw a bunch of Sentinel cards which allowed you to defend yourself against attacks, but this ignores it. And there's also, it says shield. I don't know if I have any shield. No, I didn't have any shield tokens in this set, but shield tokens are basically like Divine Shield, or I don't know what's it called in Magical Gathering, which ignores 1 instance of damage. So, or I don't know, can you have like, or one shield ignores only one damage? I have to refresh my memory on that, but basically Saboteur ignores the Sentinel and it also removes the defender's shields. Which makes sense because this guy is like a sniper, so he can target anything he wishes. I think I'm gonna put these cards... No, the shield is something you play on a unit and it kind of buffs the unit so that it can survive one instance of damage. I'm gonna actually put these cards like in an order because that makes it easier to remove them later. Let me make some order here. Yep, there we go. Okay, next we have the restored Arc 170. So this is, if you saw Revenge of the Sith, this is kind of like those fighters, the Arc 170s. And this has the... It's pretty nice because I get to show off a lot of keywords with these different... with these starter decks. This has the effect of Restore 1, which means when this unit attacks, like this is a space unit, I get to heal 1 damage from my base. So I don't know how a starfighter actually restores health to a base, but I guess it has like a healing laser or something. We actually had 2 of these in this starter deck. We have Leia Organa. I think this is another exclusive card for these starter decks. When you play it, either ready a resource or exhaust the unit. So resources, I believe, are used up once you play a card. So you pay a cost, then the resource gets exhausted. But Leia can ready it again, so you reuse it, or exhausting a unit, it's basically means that that unit can no longer attack this turn. So it's pretty versatile. It is, however, a cunning and hero card, so it's a yellow and white, so you ideally have a yellow base or hero and a hero that is, I mean a leader that is a hero. We have 3 of Leia Organa. We have Rogue Operative, Rebel Trooper. This one is Saboteur as well, which means it ignores the Sentinel word and defeats the Defender's shields. And this has another new keyword that we haven't seen so far. It is Raid 2. This unit gets +2/+0 while attacking, so I guess, yeah, that's a good explanation. Thank you, Starfunky. So Raid is a keyword which means that a unit gets bonus to its attack while attacking only. So it's not when you defend with it. And if it says like Raid 2, it will get +2. I guess some cards may have Raid 3 or just simple Raid or maybe even Raid 4. I don't know, we'll have to see. I'm not familiar with all the cards yet. Okay, we have Fleet Lieutenant. I remember playing this during the convention. You may attack with a unit. If it's a rebel unit, it gets +2/+0 for this attack. It can only attack with... You can only attack with a ready friendly unit. So basically, let's say you have a Rogue Operative. You haven't attacked with it yet. You may want to attack it, or you want to wait and you play the Fleet Lieutenant. Fleet Lieutenant gives the Rogue Operative +2/+0, so with the Raid 2 that means it gets +4, so it has a total of 6 attack, which is pretty good for a 3 resource cost card. And you get not 1 but 3 Fleet Lieutenants in your starter deck. You have another space unit, the Wing Leader. 3 resource 2 attack and 1 health, which is pretty weak for a 3 cost card, but you get the Black Blade. You mean the Dark Saber? I don't know. I don't think the Dark Saber has been added yet to the game, but we'll see. I'm pretty sure they will add it eventually, because it's pretty iconic. Yeah, so this gives experience tokens to a rebel unit, which means they get... Yeah, we only have one booster pack so far, Spark of Rebellion, but I'm pretty sure there will be more in the future. Okay, we have Yoda. Yoda is a blue and white card. It has the Restore 2 effect, which means when it attacks, you heal 2 damage from the base, which is pretty nice. And with 4 health, I think it can survive at least 1 attack. But when it's defeated, then Yoda can choose any number of players, they each draw 1 card. So it's pretty interesting. So when Yoda becomes one with the Force, like vanishes like in Return of the Jedi, you get to draw a card, but you can choose any number of players, which is, I guess it's even more interesting in the format where you have like 4 players in total. You can have each of them draw, or you can just save it so that you and your ally draw, or I don't know, if you're feeling generous and you want to make your opponent draw a card, you can do that as well. There may be some cards that require you to have 0 cards in hand, so this kind of also messes with the strategy. So yeah, good old Yoda. Okay, we have the Cloud City Wing Guard. This is a 3 resource, 2 attack, 4 health. I'm noticing that these cards have more health but less attack, which is more in line with the whole Rebellion, the good guy thing. This one has Sentinel, which means it has Taunt, so you have to attack it first, unless you are a Saboteur. Okay, System Patrol Craft. This is a 4 resource vehicle. It's a space unit. Yeah, it's a space unit. And this one has Sentinel 2, 4. So 4 resource, 4 health. That can block quite a bit of damage. This card has no effect, but it has pretty beefy stats. It's called the Consular Security Force. It's basically the guys that you see in the beginning of the New Hope. And they have 3 attack and 7 health. It doesn't have Sentinel, but I think you can give it Sentinel with other card effects, so it can block quite a bit of damage and can also deal quite a bit with the 3 attack, so yeah. Okay, let me check it out so I can take a little break. Yoda puppet gets slapped. Okay, let me see.
I gotta be honest with you. I never really liked Star Wars.
Oh, yes, you do. You love the Phantom Menace, don't you?
Okay, no, that's like the second
Yes,
portion.
you do.
The only one that's worse is the one where you flip.
Okay, you only hear the audio, but yeah.
No, Yoda.
It's better when
Oh my! It's so much worse. We should never have seen
Ninja
Yoda.
Yoda's better.
Well, yeah. Yoda puppet did get slapped.
That's what you
Poor Yoda. Wow, quite violent. Okay, thank you for sending that. Okay, so let's continue with the... Oh, hang on, where was it? Okay, let's continue with the cards. So we have another Consular Security Force, and the third one. I'm not even sure how to pronounce this. This is Ozitok Liberator Gunship. It looks like it's not part of the Rebellion or the Empire, but It is a space unit, it's yellow and white. Yeah, perhaps I should play that. Or, you know, the famous Yoda that sound from the Lego Star Wars? Maybe I should have prepared that, but next time. Okay. So yeah, this is another new keyword, ambush, which means that normally when you play a unit, you have to wait to ready it. Which you can only do on the next turn normally. But if it has ambush, it can attack right away, which is pretty good strategically. And you only have one of this. You have General Dodonna, the old guy that you saw. I think he appears in the other movies as well, but for sure he appears in the New Hope. And this is a 4 resource, 4/4 card, so 4 attack, 4 health, and the other friendly rebel units get +1/+1, so pretty powerful. I don't know yet, I have to read up on the rules that when it says other units, does it mean only in the arena, so only ground units, or does it buff the space units as well? Because I believe some space units that do have the rebel card tag, such as this one, the Snow Speeder. Oh, actually, never mind. Snow Speeder is a ground unit, even though I guess it can't fly very far. It's like a low altitude vehicle. It has 3 attacks and 6 health. Pretty decent, but of course it does cost 5 resources. But it does have the ambush, and on attack it exhausts the enemy vehicle unit. So imagine playing this so that it's kind of like the movie. You play this against an AT-AT and it exhausts it because it grapples and like flies around in like and then yeah, it falls to the ground. Very nice. Well, I can't do the Wookiee noise, but we have Chewbacca. Good old Chewbacca, Chewie. 5. Yeah, it's 5 cost. It has the yellow and white tags, 3 attack, 6 health. It is a sentinel. Oh, nice. So it has the additional effect when this unit is attacked, which will happen because it is sentinel. So it's very likely to happen. And you get to ready him. So let's say you play Chewbacca. You can't attack with it right away because it has the, I guess from other games you can call it summoning sickness. You need to ready it first. But an opponent attacks into it, let's say it takes a bit of damage, but then Chewbacca is readied so you can attack. And normally after you attack with a unit, it becomes exhausted, so I think the rule says you have to flip it like this. But let's say Chewbacca is still alive and someone else attacks into it, bam, you can ready Chewbacca again and then it can attack again. So pretty powerful, especially if you can buff Chewbacca somehow or heal him or give him shield tokens. I believe Luke Skywalker has a shield. Yeah, I didn't actually read what Luke Skywalker does and is a leader. Oh, hang on. Yeah, so yeah, this is Luke Skywalker as a leader. So for 1 resource, you can give a shield token to a unit you play this phase. And at 6 resources, you can deploy him as a ground unit, and when he attacks, you give another unit a shield token. And now I remember, I believe shield token means that you prevent all damage, not just 1 point of damage. So let's say you get attacked by something that has 6 attack, it blocks 6 damage, which is pretty powerful. So yeah. If you can keep on giving Chewbacca a shield, then you pretty much have like almost unstoppable Wookiee that can attack again and again, and you will probably have to use some kind of event to defeat it. Okay. Bigfoot, basically, yes. Okay, you have Vigilant Honor Guards. It's a rebel unit, blue and white, 4 attack, 6 health. While this unit is undamaged, it gains Sentinel. So normally it doesn't have Sentinel, but if you can somehow prevent it from taking damage, like with shield tokens, then you will have a pretty powerful Guardian for your base and your life points. We have good old Obi-Wan Kenobi, old Obi-Wan Kenobi from the New Hope. Blue and white unit, of course, Force and Jedi. 4 attack, 6 health. It has Sentinel, which makes sense. He's like a mentor and guardian. And of course, just like in the movie, he has to die, but when defeated, you give 2 experience tokens to another friendly unit. And if it's a Force unit, like Luke, like run Luke, run! The Force will be with you always, that kind of stuff. You also get to draw a card, so yeah. Experience tokens, as a reminder, are these things. Where was it? Yeah, there are these tokens that you play from outside your deck. Run like the wind. +1/+1, and it looks like Luke training with Yoda. So if you can get enough of your Yoda, you should definitely have these experience tokens in your deck. Okay. Of course, we can't have the heroes without Han Solo. Like we had Chewbacca, we had to have Han Solo eventually. He's a pretty hefty cost, 7 cost, 6 attack, 6 health. Wow, Luke slapping Yoda, that's quite blasphemous, but would be funny. Okay, so so each card has like this kind of flavor text, flavor title. It doesn't do anything. Just focus, please. This one has Reluctant Hero. So it makes sense because he was reluctant to be a hero in the first movie. He has Ambush. After you place a unit, it may Radiant attack an enemy unit immediately, which is nice. So 7 resource, 6 attack, 6 health, and it can attack immediately. And it has another effect. While attacking, this unit deals combat damage before the defender. Wow, that's awesome. That's like a reference to Han shot first, because like, you know, that little, I mean, there's a debate because of course they did edits to the movie and made him shoot at the same time or slightly before later on, but either way, Han Solo, he shoots first, so he deals damage to the defender before he takes damage. So if Han Solo with the 6 attack can defeat the unit, that means he won't take any damage, so that's pretty awesome. And I guess that's why he costs so much. 7 resources, it means pretty much it's a late game card, so yeah. I guess originally it wasn't even Han Solo shot first, it was just Han Solo shot. Because Han Solo shot Greedo before he had a chance to shoot, but I guess they made some changes because they didn't want him to look too cold-blooded. But then there was the Han Solo movie in which there was a showdown and Han Solo managed to kill a guy before he got to shoot, and he was like, yeah, that was smart. And that's like how you can defend his actions. It's kill or be killed sometimes in the world. Okay, we have an event. Yeah, it can be pretty gory sometimes. You get limbs cut off, and yeah, a lot of violence, super weapons that destroy entire planets. Okay, so Resilient, this is an equip, it has Innate. Oh yeah, Innate, I think, means the equip cards. or I guess upgrade means. But yeah, innate, I think innate is just a description, but yeah. It doesn't give a unit any attack, but it gives +3 health, so pretty good for low health units or buffing high health units even more. We have Luke's lightsaber, so in the other deck we had Darth Vader's lightsaber. You can attach this to any non-vehicle unit, so most likely you won't be able to attach this to a spaceship, but or you can't attach it to an AT-AT or snow speeder, but you can attach it to a regular rebel unit and it gains +3/+1, so maybe Luke lost his lightsaber just like his father and someone found it and decided to use it. But of course it does have an extra effect when Luke Skywalker is equipped with this. You heal all damage from him and give him a shield token, which is pretty good. Healing up Luke, very good, and he has 3 of them. Wait, let me check. Yeah, R2-D2 has the Rebel and the Droid tags. He's not a vehicle, so yeah, he can hold it, and if you think about it, it makes sense, because in Return of the Jedi, R2-D2 had Luke's lightsaber hidden inside him and he shoots it out for Luke to grab, so yeah, he can totally hold it. And so can C-3PO apparently. But yeah, you have 3 Luke's lightsaber, but all of them are the blue version. I think his first lightsaber, which of course he inherited from Anakin Skywalker, but yeah. Okay, we have some more events. We have Repair, which actually shows Luke getting his mechanical hand. Kinda, I don't know if this counts as gore, but it can feel a little strange seeing someone's skin open like that. It heals 3 damage to a unit or base, and it only costs 1 resource, so you can put this into a deck even if it's not a blue deck, so it's not a blue base or blue hero. And I guess for 3 resources, healing 3 damage can be beneficial sometimes. You get 2 copies of this actually. There we go. Speaking of Han Solo and shooting first, or just shooting, you have the shoot first event. There's a pretty long text. It is a trick type event, which I think matters because some cards do boost the trick type of cards. So when you play this, you attack with a unit, so just like Han Solo. It gets +1/+0 and deals its combat damage before the defender. But you can only attack with a ready friendly unit, so a unit that hasn't... Yeah, now you get it with Greedo, the Rhodian. Yeah, it's basically that scene right there. And of course there is some limitation. You can only attack with a ready friendly unit, so only if you could attack with the unit anyway. And if the defender is defeated, it deals no damage to the attacker. So let's say you have a unit with 3 attack and just only 1 health, and the opponent has something with 3 attack and 3 health. You play this, it gets +4, and then it defeats the unit and it deals no damage back. So even though your unit only had 1 health and it should have taken 3 damage, it will take no damage. So yeah, pretty good card. Of course it does have the yellow tag, so the Cunning, I believe it's called in this game. So if you don't play it in a deck with these tags, then you have to play 3 for it. But it might be worth it. It's a pretty good effect to attack with something and deal damage before it has a chance to deal damage again. We have Asteroid Sanctuary. Yeah, miracle card. And you only have 1 copy of this in your deck, so we'll see if we can pull another Asteroid Sanctuary, so this is a reference to Empire Strikes Back when the Millennium Falcon about Han Solo card. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, yeah, right moment. Oh, just like how Han Solo came in the right moment at the end of the first movie to get Vader off Luke's tail so that he can take the shot. But yeah, this trick card, it exhausts an enemy unit, which means they can no longer attack. And give a shield token to a friendly unit that costs 3 or less. So it's a pretty defensive card. It makes an enemy unit unable to attack. And yeah, it gives a shield, which means it protects your weaker units. You actually have 2 of these. You have Surprise Strike. This actually depicts, I believe, Andor, Cassian. Yeah, it does, and that the other guy is Director Krennic, I believe, so this is from Rogue, Star Wars story. And what this does, it's a event, a tactic card. For 2 resources, you get to attack with the unit, and it gets +3/+0 for this attack. So it's basically just a buff to +3, but I would say it's not as good as Shoot First, because you can get attacked back, so even though it gives more attack than Shoot First, the unit with which you attack may still die. But still, good buff. Okay. Oh, I remember this card. This is very good. I remember playing this. It's called Waylay. I think it depicts... Yeah, it depicts the scene from the 6th movie in which the rebels get arrested on the moon of Andor. You have like stormtroopers, Han Solo, Leia, and Chewbacca being arrested, and what this does is it returns a non-leader unit to its owner's hand. So basically, let's say the opponent plays a powerful, like 7-cost card, and you just play something for 3 resource, and bam, they return it to a hand. They can play it again, but they need to pay the resource once more, and yeah, that can really put them behind, and you have 2 of these actually. Okay. We have the... Oh, interesting. Vanquish. It's a blue card. It's not a villain or hero, which makes sense. It's cost 5 resources, but this is kind of the opposite of the previous card. Instead of returning it to a hand, you just defeat it, which means it goes to the discard pile. But Waylay costs less, and it can bypass the effects that happen when a card is defeated. So let's say you can Waylay a Yoda, and Yoda goes back to the hand, but they don't get to draw a card. But if you play Vanquish on a Yoda, then he gets defeated, but the opponent gets to choose to draw a card, or make you draw a card if they are feeling generous. And there's 3 of these Vanquish cards. So yeah, this is the second deck from the starter set, the 2-player starter set. I haven't decided yet which one I'm going to play and modify, but we'll see. Let's put this to the side here. So the shop that from where I bought these cards was nice enough, I guess, because I know the one of the shopkeepers there. They sent some bonus cards. These are, I don't know if these were part of the pre-release event or something, but we'll see. I think these are mostly just tokens. Yeah, we have another experience token. We have... This is the shield token. don't like the give in. Don't like to give in Mac. Oh, I guess. I will see. Okay, so this is a shield token, and now I have the actual description. So if damage would be dealt to the attached unit, you prevent the damage, and if you do, the shield token is defeated, so you take off the shield token, and it indeed protects all damage. And even though the picture depicts a starship, you can attach it to any, even to a ground unit. Okay, we have some more experience tokens, very nice. We have another shield token, I will put these separately. Another shield experience token. Shield. Experience. Experience. We're getting a lot of experience here. It's good. And we have like... Hey, wait a sec. Oh! Wow, Wait, are all cards like this? I just noticing that these tokens also count as bases, so let me check the other deck real quick. Ah, no, it's only these. I don't know if these are actual cards, but... Yeah, so in the Luke Skywalker starter deck you have the base, and on the back of it is like the contents of the deck, so you can... It's like the deck list, all the cards in it. But for these aren't just tokens, these also can be used as a base, and this one is the green base, the command center. This one looks to be the Dagobah Swamp, one of the blue. I think each color has like 3 different kinds of bases. This is Dagobah Swamp. This is Dagobah Swamp again. We have another blue base. Actually, why am I doing this? It's totally flipped already. So, Capital City, Lothal actually, which I believe is from the Rebels. This token is a red base. It's Catacombs of Caldera in Jeddah City. I'm not familiar with the lore of that, but yeah, it's what it is. And we have the green command center. Hello Hype, welcome back. How was Final Fantasy XIV? And we have another green base, echo base. So it's pretty cool because you can use these cards as either tokens for different card effects, or you can use them as bases. Pretty nice. And we have Administrator's Tower. This is the one of the yellow bases. It's Cloud City actually, by the look of it. And what about the shield tokens? Yeah, I will cook a lot, I suppose. Okay, so Catacombs of Caldera. This shield token is a red base. This shield token is Echo based, so it's a green base. Echo base is from Empire Strikes Back, of course, and this shield token is actually a blue base, Capital City. Such a comfort meal. I can't play it for long since I played in bed and my back hurts after a while. Okay, makes sense. Take care of your back. You only have one of it. Okay. So, yeah, these are basically bonus cards that I got. Each of them are either an experience or a shield token, but also double as a base. And this is another one. This is a red base, Castro City. I think this is from either the Rebels or some other series. I admit I'm not fully caught up with all the different series. Okay, Castro City in Vardos. Okay. Oh, and we got another different um, shield token, but it also counts as a yellow base, and this one is called Chopper Base. It has 30 health. All of the bases have 30 health except some special ones. It went pretty well. I just got to the end of the starter decks. So the starter decks have some exclusive cards, which you can't find anywhere else, but there are no super rare cards. But I guess you can say they are rare if they can only be found in those decks and nowhere else. So yeah, one of the examples I believe is, hang on. I think, where was it? Yeah, like Leia Organa, I believe you can't pull her for a pack, it's only in the starter deck. Echo Base, so the ice planet from Hoth, that is, I think I saw it somewhere over here. It's a green, it's yeah, I guess blue would be fitting because of all the ice, but it has the green color, so it's a leadership card. And finally, we have 2 more experience tokens, and they are both the Administrator's Tower, so the yellow bases. So there's red, green, blue, and yellow. These are the 4 colors. I think you can, at least the website shows that there are deck boxes that are specific to these colors, and but you can combine a blue leader with a blue base, in which case you can have just a deck of blue cards, but most of the decks will have at least 2 colors. And you can even have more. Okay, Starfunky, see you soon. Actually, I was thinking about taking a small break before getting into the pack openings. I will do some cleanup, take a quick bathroom break, get some more water, and then I'll be back. So I'll see you guys soon. If you want to stick around. Let's see. Okay, I am back. And I'm ready to get to the really good part, which is doing the so-called gacha, the luck of the draw. So far we had pre-built decks, so I knew exactly what kind of cards I would get. We'll always get the same decks all the time. But now it's time to open card packs, which you will never know what you can get. Above my head, so right over there, point to it. Yeah. You can actually see the different rarities and how rare they are. Thank you, General Grievous. Okay. First I'm gonna open, this was like a bonus pack. It seems to be only a 3-card booster pack. Normally packs have 3 each. No, 16 each. This one has 3. I think this is for the format in which you have like, you go to a local store and you have like the different events and you make a deck from these packs, these special packs. And then you play with them. How do I actually open this? It seems a bit difficult. Does it have like a pair somewhere? Okay, never mind, I found it. Yeah. I should open this carefully. Okay, never mind, I didn't manage to open it properly, but I'm just gonna pull out the cards carefully now. I don't want to completely demolish and risk damaging them. I hope the actual card booster packs are easier to open than this one, but we'll see. Nice, so we got C-3PO, very good, especially when comboed with R2-D2. We got Battlefield Marine, a 2 cost, 3/3 unit, pretty cheap, pretty good stats, but no effect. And oh, I probably should have flipped on the other side so that it's more of a surprise, but yeah, this is a so-called foil card. So we actually got, I don't know if these are guaranteed. I think one is guaranteed in each pack, but still very nice. This is Bosk. He's one of the Trandoshan bounty hunters that you see in Empire Strikes Back, where Darth Vader hires a number of bounty hunters to go after the Millennium Falcon. So let's see, what does he do? Okay. So he's an ambush card, he can attack right away. He costs 5 resources. And he has 4 attack and 5 health. He's an underworld bounty hunter, so it's pretty nice foil effect, I have to say. I didn't see any foil cards so far. This is actually my first foil card. At TwitchCon it didn't have any foil cards, and the starter decks don't have any foil cards either, so yeah, pretty good so far. I'm gonna leave the special foil cards over here. Okay, so let me first open the... So this is the pre-release box. It has a number of accessories and also, more importantly, 6 booster packs. So we have a nice little premium box, a deck box, for you to store your cards in it. Let me put Bosk. I think it's tradition for foil cards to be put into some nice sleeves. So I'm gonna put him in a sleeve. Let's see, is there anything The deck box does contain, I don't know what this is supposed to be, just a cardboard card with Star Wars Unlimited, like this is the official logo of it. Let's just put it over here. And what else is in the pre-release box? Seems like there's some promo cards, we'll open them. You have the same thing that you had in the starter box, the quick start rules guide. I will read more about them later. You have your tokens, so these are the damage tokens, and this X is the initiative token. You have, I believe, one set of this. You have like a little guide for building a pre-release deck, and you have like explanation for card types, resource costs, and so on. And you have 6 booster packs. So along with the 4 individual ones that I bought, I have a total of 10. So hopefully we can get some good cards from them. But in any case, I have some pretty decent decks thanks to the starter box already. So I can keep one for myself, and the other one will be for my opponent. I was confused for a second, but then I realized this is actually a mix-up of the Stark team and the Force team. So yeah, we're still in Star Wars. No worries, but yeah. I want to keep this Star Wars rated, and the video actually shows Jon Snow wielding a lightsaber, so it's pretty funny. I'm gonna link it here in chat. Actually, I'm gonna pin this instead of the other one because that playlist is already done. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna open this bonus pack. I believe these are just some promo cards. Let's see what it is exactly. Ah, okay. This is two-sided, so there's no way for me to actually hide it. Very nice. So these are... So these are the Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader leader cards. Why am I showing it that way? But these are foil, so they have this shiny effect. And they have alternate art. So yeah, these are pretty much... I think this is exclusive to the pre-release box, so I'm glad I got my hands on it, because I'm pretty sure... Well, I guess it depends on the region, but pretty sure they sell out quite quickly, and then it's gonna be difficult to find these cards. But yeah, very happy. It seems like only one side has the foil effect, like the leader side. The unit side is regular, but still has the alternate artwork, so I think I'm gonna replace the standard unit cards with these ones. I think it's pretty nice, and because they are foil, I'm gonna put them into the sleeve. Okay, first pack. Can I get some hype up in chat if there are people listening in? Okay, we have the first. I'm gonna try to open this on camera, if I can somehow. Okay, I managed to clear it over here, and there we go. Actually, pretty easy to open. Nice. Thank you, thank you. Okay, yeah, so gonna keep it suspenseful, so I'm gonna look at the back. So how the booster packs work is that each of them are guaranteed to have a leader and base, so that no matter which packs you get or how many you get, you are guaranteed to be able to build a deck. Let's see, what's the first card? I hope it's not the foil card right away. Oh, it is. Or it's not. We'll see. Okay. I guess, yeah, we'll start with the foil card. This is a Wing Leader. We saw this in the starter deck, but this one is a shiny version. So when it's played, you give 2 experience tokens to another rebel unit, which gives it basically +2 attack, +2 health. Very useful. Nice. You're gonna get into the shiny pile. We have Fallen Lightsaber. I don't know if this is a reference to Darth Maul, but it's a 2-bladed lightsaber. And you attach it to a non-vehicle unit, so you can attach it to even a non-force user, but if it is a force unit, it gains on attack, deal 1 damage to each ground unit the defending player controls, so that's pretty good. Like, the more units it has, the more damage it deals, because let's say your opponent has 5 units, you attack with the equipped unit and you deal 1 damage to each of them. Very good. Okay, next we have the Pirated Starfighter. This is a space unit, so it goes on this side. It has raid 1, which means it gets +1 only while attacking, but when you play it, you can return a non-leader unit to its owner hand. A friendly non-leader unit. So let's say you have a damaged unit and you want to reset its health, basically you can return it to hand. Or you have a unit that also has a when played effect and it returns to hand, you get to use the when played effect again. So that's nice. Next. Ooh. Okay. This is The Force is With Me. If you remember Rogue One, this is basically Chirrut. It's the scene in which he goes through the field like slowly and somehow avoids all laser fire and manages to flip a switch. That's important for the rebels. Okay, this is a forecast card. It is a force card, which makes sense because it's a force with me. So it's event. Basically you play it and then it's discarded. Choose a friendly unit and give 2 experience tokens to it. So basically give it +2/+2. If you control a force unit, it also gains a shield token. And you may attack with the chosen unit. Nice. So it says you may attack, which means you are not obligated to attack with it right away, but you are able to attack with it after giving it all those buffs. But you can choose to not attack with it yet, and if it's a unit that has just been played, then you probably won't be able to attack with it right away because you need to ready it first. I am noticing that, I don't know what this depends on, but only the Fallen Lightsaber has this shiny little thing in the bottom. Just use it on their lightsaber so that they can just get Bluetooth kills. Don't know what you mean exactly by Bluetooth kills. Like, you give a shield token to a lightsaber? Can you please explain Hypcord? I'm a bit confused. Okay, next card in this pack. We have Forced Surrender. It's a red card. You draw 2 cards. It's the scene from the first move, the episode 1, I meant. Attacking without actually needing to go close. Oh yeah, I mean, I know what you mean. There's actually a force ability called Throw, where they throw their lightsaber. Darth Vader used it in a movie, and in video games you can often throw your lightsaber and control it with the force, and then it comes back like you throw it and you hold out your hand and then it comes back to you. Okay, so Forced Surrender, this depicts the scene where Queen Amidala and her guard were forced to surrender, or actually where they arrest the Viceroy in the palace. You draw 2 cards, then each opponent whose base you've damaged this phase discards 2 cards from their hand. So it's pretty good advantage because you play this and then you draw 2 cards and you force the opponent, if you have damaged their bases, that is this turn, to discard 2 cards. It's no wonder it has the red color, because red is the aggression color. So yeah, very nice. And if you want to include this in an odd rand deck, then it will cost 8, but I would say 8 resources is pretty good, not bad for drawing 2 cards and forcing the opponent to discard 2 cards, but you kinda have to combine it with other cards, it has a condition for you to actually have damaged the opponent's base first. Okay, next one. We have Restock. Choose up to 4 cards in a discard pile, put them on the bottom of their opponent's deck in a random order. So the discard pile are the cards that have already been used, like events get discarded, or units that are defeated get discarded, and this allows you to kind of recycle them. And yeah, you can put them to the bottom of the owner's deck, so it doesn't have to be your discard pile. You can even do it to the opponent, which I guess it can be useful in case, because ideally in a card game such as this you want to thin your deck as much as possible so that you get to the card that you want as quickly as possible, but if more cards get added to your deck, that has the disadvantage of, you know, you having a bigger deck, and then you have less chance to draw in the card that you want. But if you want to reuse a powerful card, this is a way to do it. Okay, next one. We have Bounty Hunter Crew. It is a 6-cost card. It's a ground unit. It's like a number of different Bounty Hunter aliens. A Devaronian. I forgot what the rat alien is called, but you've seen it in the cantina before. But in any case, it has 4 attack, 4 health. It has the ambush keyword, which means it can attack right away. And when you play it, you may return an event from the discard pile to its opponent's hand. So it's pretty good if you want to recycle your waylays or other powerful cards. Very good. It is a hefty cost, and it is yellow and black, so it will be even pricier if you don't have the matching colors in your base and hero, but still good. Okay, the Viper Probe Droid. It's a black card. For 2 resources you get a unit with a 3 attack and 2 health, pretty good. And when played you can look at your opponent's hand. You know, it doesn't do any damage to them, but getting information on them, which it fits the team because it's a probe droid, like it's supposed to spy on the enemy, you can easily get the advantage by knowing what comes up next. Of course, you can't predict exactly what they play next, but yeah, it's nice. Hey, next one. 16 cards is not bad for a card pack. I know Yu-Gi-Oh! Has like 8 cards in a card pack, or in the Japanese version you get only 5, so 16 is quite a lot. Excuse me. Fleet Lieutenant, when played. Yeah, so this is... I think I only had 1 copy of it in the starter deck, so it's nice that I have another now. I may attack with another unit, and that unit, if it's a rebel, it gets +2 for this attack only. Okay, next. We have Partisan Insurgent. If you control another red unit, this unit gets raid 2, so it gets +2 attack while attacking. It only costs 2 resources and it has a pretty nice 4 health. It normally only has 1 attack, but if you have another red unit, while attacking it will get 3 attack in total, so that's pretty good. Especially for just a 2-cost card. Like if you play a, let's say a 1 resource red card and the next time you play this, you have a pretty good momentum on your field. Next. Oh, this is a Force user, but it's not a Jedi or a Sith, it's a Fringe, it says Fringe. It's called the Guardian of the Wills. I guess this is a reference to the series, to a series that I haven't seen. It has 2 attack, 2 health, and it costs 2 resources. And the first upgrade you play on this unit each round costs 1 less. So upgrades are like this, for example. And yeah, so this upgrade would cost 3 resources, but thanks to the effect of Guardian of Wills, it will only cost 2. So I would say every card that allows you to save the cost is very useful in any game. Because it means you have more resources to spend on other things. And resources are finite, so yeah. Okay. We have... next card is... Echo Base Defender. We got Echo Base, the field, and we now have a matching unit for it. It's a 3 resource, 4/3, and it has Sentinel, so again, very good stat spread. Just remember when the boys were collecting the Pokemon cards and we didn't know how to play the game, and then when we played obviously, and then I come in place that 1 fake card with 2 extra digits biting the blow. Nice. I mean, when you play with friends, I think anything goes, but in an official tournament, you of course you have judges and you have to obey the rules, but yeah, I mean, this game is pretty new, so a lot of players will not know exactly what to do, but yeah. Yeah, so Echo Base Defender, pretty good. It is a green and white, so ideally you would probably want to play this in a green and white leader or base deck. Otherwise, you'd have to pay quite a lot for it. Okay, we have Occupier Siege Tank as the next card. This is 5 cost, it's a red card. It has 5 attack and 4 health. It is a vehicle, ground unit. And it has, this is a keyword we haven't seen today yet, it has grit, G-R-I-T. There's not a lot of them from what I saw in the database. Oh yeah, well that's unfortunate, right? Because not even in my city I didn't have a store to buy these from. I had to resort to another city, but and have them delivered, but yeah. You know, what did Ultron say in that movie? A thing is not beautiful because it lasts. So sometimes, even though things are fleeting, that doesn't mean you can't enjoy them. Okay, next. We have, so grit means that for each damage taken it has +1 attack, so with 4 health. That means it can survive up to 3 damage and then get +3 attacks. So when it has 1 health left, it has 8 attack, which is pretty good. And if you attach experience tokens to it, shields or other equip cards, like you can't attach the lightsaber to it because it says it has to be a non-vehicle unit. But yeah, it's a pretty good one. And last card, it's a Vanquish. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, I did need that. And yes, I am leaning a bit forward to be able to show things properly on camera, but yeah, I've adjusted myself a bit now. Thank you. Okay, so Vanquish is a pretty straightforward. It's a blue card for 5 resources. You can defeat a non-leader unit, which is pretty good if you have a high health and very dangerous unit. And finally, we have the 2 cards that will always be in any of these packs. We have, okay, so we have a token, a shield token, that also doubles as a green-based command center. And for the leader, nice, I was hoping to pull this guy. We have Director Krennic. So he's a blue leader. And yeah, he's from Rogue, for those who don't know. Rogue One. And he has the leader ability. So some leader abilities don't cost resources, they are just passive effects. And it says each friendly damaged unit gets +1/+0. So that means if you have something like an occupier siege tank, you would be able to not only get +1 from its grit ability, but also +1 from the leader ability. So let's say this took 1 damage. It has 3 health now. It would have 6 attack from its own effect and another +1 from Director Krennic. So it synergizes quite well with that. And its epic action. Epic actions are abilities that can only be used once per duel. When you have 5 resources, you can deploy it as a leader card, so it gets flipped and you play it vertically like this, and the vertical, it looks like this. So it has only 2 attack, but it has 7 health. It is Imperial and unofficial, so it gets bonuses from any cards that interact with those. And it gets the Restore 2 effect, and which means that whenever it attacks, you heal 2 damage from your base, which is pretty powerful if you think about it, because with 7 health, it can potentially attack quite a bit. And yeah, and it keeps the effect that each friendly damage unit gets +1/+0, so might actually have build a deck around him, but we'll see how many other cards we get. Okay. So far we have 1, 2... So we pulled a foil card, so we didn't get any hyperspace variants, we didn't get any exhibition, what's it called again? Let me double check. Showcase, yeah, Showcase, which is 1 in 12 boxes, so they are super rare. I doubt. The odds are that we won't pull any, but you know, never say never. I got some rare drops in World of Warcraft that were below 1% chance to happen, so yeah, we'll see. Okay, next. We have another card pack, and this one features Chewbacca on it. Seems like each pack can have a different character featured on it. Seems to be made out of paper more than plastic, so it's pretty easy to rip open. Take out. Okay, let me see, just... Okay, the foil card is always the first one on top, so I'm just gonna put one on the bottom and to not get spoiled too fast. Okay. First one, we have Chopper, which those who are familiar with the Rebel series, he's an R5 unit if I'm not mistaken. And he's a unique unit, which is noted by the star next to its name. And he only costs 1, it has 1 attack and 3 health. And while you can throw another Spectre unit, which I guess there are some other yellow cards, he's a yellow and white card by the way, this gets Raid 1, which Raid 1 means it gets to 2 attack when attacking. And when it attacks, you can discard a target from the defending player's deck. If it's an event, exhaust a resource the player controls. Wow, that's pretty good. So it allows you to kind of mess with the opponent's deck without, and you know, discard cards without actually defeating them in combat or discarding them from a hand, which is pretty good. And if it's an event, so it's like if it's like a spell, then you can absolutely also exhaust a resource, and resources are important. So yeah, pretty good card. If you have a yellow deck, I think Chopper is almost a must to include there. Okay, next we have another hero from the Rogue One movie, Baze Malbus. He has grit, which is nice. I'm starting to get the hints of a Director Krennic deck. He gets +1 for each damage to it. He has 5 health, so he can survive up to 4 damage. And while you have initiative, if anyone can get the 5 in a Genshin that like you have a high chance because like, and there's 34th and yeah, I guess so, but you know, just because I was lucky in Genshin or someone's lucky in Genshin doesn't mean I'm lucky here, but yeah, thanks for the encouragement. So yeah, Baze Malbus, a unique card, 4 health, no, 4 resource, 2 attack, 5 health. And while you have the initiatives, this gains Sentinels. So ideally in this deck you want to keep the initiative token, which is one of the actions you can take during your turn. Yeah, so yeah, pretty good. Baze Malbus. Next. Oh, this was upside down. Oh, no, I'm upside down. Okay, Carabast. I don't know if Carabast is the name of the character or just some other thing or something else, but this is an event card, so it's like a spell. A friendly unit deals damage to an enemy unit equal to amount of damage on the friendly unit +1. Interesting. So basically what this does is, let's say you have Baze with only 1 health left, so it took 4 damage. And then you get to deal 4, that means you get to deal 4 damage to yeah, you get to deal 4 damage to an enemy unit +1, so in total of 5 damage. Just not bad at all. I'm really starting to get the hints of a Director Krennic deck already, we'll see. But I need red and blue for that to be efficient, so... Director Krennic is blue, so I would need a red base in order to really pull it off. Okay, we have something we already had in the starter decks, Overwhelming Barrage. It has a pretty nice artwork. I like the effect of like that blackened planet with the sun rising behind it and some... I think it depicts some rebel capital ships trying to attack a Star Destroyer, but the Star Destroyer just unleashes all of its lasers and yeah, I guess it unleashes an overwhelming barrage. And it gives friendly units +2/+2, and then it deals damage to its power divided as you choose among any number of units. So yeah, pretty good with high-powered units. We have Snowtopper Lieutenant. If it's a card that I've already shown off, then I won't show it for too long, but yeah, this is very good with other Imperials because they get +2 when they attack. So when you play this, a unit gets +2 attack and then you can attack with it. But it only gets +2 for that attack. Next, we have Asteroid Sanctuary, which we saw in the starter deck. It exhausts an enemy unit, so the opposing player has to spend their action to ready it again, and then you can give a shield token to a friendly unit that costs 3 or less. We have Snapshot Reflexes, and I believe this depicts either the Mandalorian or another Mandalorian, like Mando. yeah, this is an upgrade, so you attach it to a unit. And when you play, you may attack with the attached unit, so... I don't know, I have to read the rulings for this. Does that mean that if you play a unit, normally you would not be able to attack with it yet, but then you equip this card to it, and then it means you can attack with it right away, and it gets a +1/+1, so maybe. I'll have to double check on that, but yeah, it's pretty cool. Just noticed that the Battlefield Marine, it does have... I don't know if this is a I think it's supposed to be a hyperspace variant because it doesn't have the black border, but C-3PO is a hyperspace variant for sure. Yeah, because you can kind of see the white lines. And for the Marine, I don't see it at all, so I don't know if that's a special kind of rarity, but yeah, still pretty cool. Okay, next card in this set. We have the Imperial Interceptor. We saw this before. When you play, you deal 3 damage to a space unit. I obtained quite a few good cards. So the pre-release pack had some foil cards included in it. Just pull this quickly back up. Welcome back, by the way. So I now have the foil variant of Luke Skywalker. I have the foil variant of Darth Vader leader unit. I think you can only get these in the pre-release box, so these are... Over time, I think they will become pretty valuable because you can't get the pre-release boxes anymore. And I also got... and then, yeah, you have... I got a foil Bosk card, which is a unit with 5 resources, 4 attack, 5 health, and it has the ambush ability, so it can attack right away, and when I play an event, I may deal 2 damage to a unit, so pretty good. And I also got another foil card, so pretty much each pack is guaranteed to have one of these. This is a foil variant of the Wing Leader, so an X-Wing fighter. And I haven't revealed the foil card yet in this booster pack. This is only my second booster pack, so I have 8 more to go through after this. But yeah, next one. Rugged Survivors. This is a blue card. It's another grit card, which is pretty good because I'm trying to build a deck with grit. Grit is a keyword, which means that for each damage a unit has taken, so this has 5 health. If it has taken 2 damage, it will get +2 attack, so it will be 5/3. And when it attacks, if you control a leader unit, you may draw a card. So if you, let's say, play a leader unit, it will be able to get some additional... You get some additional resources by drawing a card. And this combines pretty well with the leader Director Krennic, because he has the passive ability that each friendly damage unit get +1 attack. So yeah. And when Director Krennic is deployed as a leader, it has the Restore 2 ability, which means that whenever I attack with it, I can restore 2 health to my base. Okay. Next, Homestead Militia. This is a card that I haven't gotten yet in the starter deck. It says, so it has 3 attack, 4 health, it costs 3 resources, it is a green card. And while you control 6 or more resources, this unit gains Sentinel. So if I have 6 resources, which you build up over time, you start with 2 and then you get 3, 4, Actually, I have to read. I will read the rules at the end, but I think you can increase your resources by 1 or either 2 each turn. And there are special cards that increase your resources further. So yeah, if you play this when you only have 3 resources, it's just a regular 3-4 card. But if you play it while you have 6, it gains Sentinel, which is like the taunt. It means that it has to be attacked first. Unless, of course, the opposing unit has... what was it called? Sabotage. And yeah, that bypasses it completely. We have... Mission Briefing. It is an event card, so it's a spell. You play it and then discard it. Choose a player, they draw 2 cards. It depicts basically, I think, the scene from the first movie when they planned the attack on the Death Star. I don't know why would you choose anyone other than yourself to draw 2 cards, but in a format where you have an allied player, I suppose you can have them draw 2 cards, like if they are low on resources, you want to help them out. Here, friend, you can draw 2 cards. Go ahead. Or, I don't know, if you want to somehow... I don't know if there's an overdraw mechanic in this game, like you can have too many cards in your hand, then you have to discard them or something. But, yeah, I guess there are some strategies that can involve your opponent drawing 2 cards, and for 3 resources this is pretty good cost. But it is a red card, so you need to have it in a red deck, so it's either a red base or a red leader. Okay, we have Consular Security Force. We had this before in the starter deck. This is just a vanilla card. It doesn't have any effects, but that's our little spaceship with a good accuracy target. Yes, that star can't win against a spaceship with a good accuracy like a wing leader, like an X-Wing. But yeah, Consular Security Force, 4 resource, it has 3 attack and 7 health, pretty good stat spread, but no effect. But if you can get to buff it, then it's pretty good. Okay, second to last card is an event, a tactic. It has, and it's called Tactical Advantage. Give a unit +2/+2 for this phase. So if it can somehow attack multiple times, it will keep the bonus, but only for this phase. So as soon as you go to do the regroup phase, it will lose the bonus, but still, +2/+2 is nice. And it only costs 1 resource, and it's a green card. Okay, so now we get to the foil cards. So each of the packs has at least one of these foil cards, a shiny one. And this is Make an Opening. And what this does, it gives the unit -2 attack and -2 health. And you heal 2 damage from your base, so it's kind of a defensive card. I have to read up on the rulings. I don't know if a unit has actually only 2 health. If you give it -2, it goes to 0. Does it mean that it gets defeated right away? But it's a pretty cool artwork too. It shows base attacking a stormtrooper, I believe. A beach trooper, I suppose. Yeah, pretty brutal. But yeah, it's a good one. And each of the booster packs has a guaranteed at least 1 base and 1... Actually, it has exactly 1 base and 1 leader, so the base/token thing, so it can double as an experience token or as a base. It is a red base, Catacombs of Cadera, and yeah, it's a red base with 30 health. We'll see if we can pull a base that is different, that has only 25 health but has an extra effect. And for the leader we got Leia Organa. She... so let me show the leader ability, leader side first. So she's a green and white leader, and as an action, which costs... it doesn't specify a cost, so it's free. You can attack with a rebel unit, then you may attack with another rebel unit. But of course, there's probably a ruling that says that you can only attack with units that can actually attack normally. So it has to be readied first. But still, normally with one action, you can only attack with a single unit. But with Leia, you can make them attack. You can attack with 2 units basically at once. And the epic action, which is like a once per duel effect, you can deploy her, so you flip her like this, vertically. You put her in the battlefield, and she has the raid 1 effect, which means that she has +1 attack while attacking. Normally she has 3 attack and 6 health. And when this unit completes an attack, you may attack with another rebel unit. So she's quite aggressive. Like she's all about, you know, rebels attacking together, which, you know, it fits her team. She is a leader, of course, and organizes the rebellion, and even fights when necessary. Pretty good. Okay. Wow, can't believe it's already been almost 3 hours, but yeah. We are... Oh, and what you see here right now in the website is actually her showcase variant, but it's very rare. Like, this has an alternate artwork. No, not an end of stream. I've been just saying that it's only been almost been 3 hours, but I still have 8 more of these packs to open, so don't worry, I'll be around for a while longer. Let me show how these are opened up. Again, it seems to be a paper seal, so nice. Okay. This is probably the foil card, so I'm gonna put it on the bottom so that I don't get spoiled right away. Let's see. First card. I had no choice. It's the scene where Lando Calrissian reveals that he has been, I guess, collaborating with the Imperials, but he says he had no choice because they got there first, and he betrays Han Solo. So it's a pretty pricey. It costs 7 resources, and it says, choose up to 2 non-leader units. An opponent chooses one of those units. Return that unit to its owner's hand and put the other to the bottom of the owner's deck. So it's pretty good because you get rid of 2 units, and you don't get to trigger their effect that normally triggers when they get into the discard pile, because they get put... One gets put to the owner's hand and one gets put to the bottom of the deck. So yeah, pretty nice. And it's a yellow and black card, so I have to have yellow and black. Ooh, we got a hyperspace variant. So hyperspace variants are those that don't have the normal black border and have these white lines on them. It's General Taj or Taggy, I don't know. Concerned Commander. Yeah, this depicts a scene from the first movie in which he says that if the rebels have obtained plans, then expand the artwork. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so he knows that if the rebels can be dangerous if they have obtained plans of the Death Star, while the other Imperials, they're just like, no, this station is the ultimate power of the universe. So this only has 2 attack and 2 health, but it only costs 2 resources. It is a unique card, so you can only have 1 on the battlefield at a time. But when you play it, you give 3 experience tokens to a... No, give an experience token to each of up to 3 trooper units. So you can give +1/+1 to up to 3 units, but if you only have 2 units, you can give them to just 2 of them, or if you have just 1. But yeah, it's ideally you play this when you have a bunch of other units. Let me put the hyperspace variants over here so that they are separate. Okay, next. Ooh, we have Reinforcement Walker, so this is another 80-80. But this has a different, so this is not the regular 80-80, this has 8 resource cost, so quite pricey, late game card. But it has 6 attack, 9 health, and when you play it or when you attack with it, you can look at the top card of the deck. You can either draw that card or discard it and heal 3 damage to your base. So depending on what you need, if you really need an extra card in your hand, you can keep it. And or if you are low on health with your base, you can play it, you can discard it to heal 3 damage. And if it's not a good card anyway, then at least you healed yourself for 3 damage, which is good. Okay. We have Vanguard Ace. This is like an X-Wing from what I can see. Let me see if I can make it focus. Okay, and this is a space unit, of course. It has only 1 attack and 1 health, but when you play it, for each other card you play this phase, give an experience token to this unit. So let's say you play a bunch of cheap cards. You have like 6 resources. You play 2, or let's say you play 3 1-cost cards, and let me do the math again. Let's say you play 4 1-cost cards, and then you play this as the last card. You can put 4 experience tokens on it, which means it will have +4/+4. So it will be for only 2 resources, you will get a 5/5 unit, which is pretty good. Okay, next one. We have System Patrol Craft. We had this before in the starter deck. It is simply oh, but never mind, it's a hyperspace variant, because it has the lines and it doesn't have the black border, so it's nice. And it has 3 attack and 4 health, and Sentinel means that you can't attack it, but I think this is a misprint, because normally Sentinel is accompanied by the explanation, like what it does, but this one doesn't have the explanation, so I do wonder if this is a misprint, like if they made a mistake by forgetting to include the explanation, or if it's intentional. I need to look into this, because misprints can be sometimes even more valuable and rare than rare cards. So I'll put this over here in the other hyperspace variants. Next we have Confiscate. It's a event card, and it costs only 1. And I don't see any color or other symbol attached to it, which means you can play it in any deck. But it says defeat an upgrade, so an upgrade is something like this, the Fallen Lightsaber, which costs 3 and gives +3/+3, but you play this card, this gets discarded from the unit, which is pretty good. And you can include it in any deck, so that's nice. If you know your opponent will be running a lot of good upgrades, you probably want to include this. Next card. We have Lothal Insurgent. Lothal, I believe, is a place from the Star Wars Rebels series. This is a yellow and white card, and it has 3 attack and 2 health, and when you play it, you get to... If you played another card this phase, each opponent draws a card, then discards a random card from their hand. So your opponent gets to draw a card, but they are also forced to discard a card. I don't know how good that is. If it just discarded a card, that would be better, of course, but it would probably also be overpowered for only 2 resources. But yeah, forcing your opponent to discard a card... At least they get to choose which one to discard, so they may discard a card that is useless to them for the moment, but yeah. Next card. we have the Mining Guild TIE Fighter. So this is a yellow card and it doesn't have... It's actually a hero card, not a villainy. So I think this is a TIE Fighter that has been repurposed by the Rebellion or either maybe some kind of resistance movement. So it has a space unit, it has 1 attack and 2 health, and when it attacks you may pay 2 resources, and if I do pay it I draw a card. Pretty good. Drawing cards is very good in card games to replenish your hand, because normally you only get to draw 1 or 2 cards each turn. We have Seasoned Shore Trooper. This is again from the Rogue One. Some corrupted card in the next booster pack. Maybe. So this is like a redeemed card. Maybe we'll have some corrupted card. I guess many Sith are corrupted Jedi, so we'll see. So this is a 2 resource card, so you can play it pretty early, but if you have 6 or more resources, this gets +2 attack. So normally it's only 2-3, but it can grow into a 4-3 if you have 6 resources already. Not bad, and it's a black and green. Next, I realize that it's much more convenient for me to just pull them. Oh, this one is flipped on the other side. Rather than holding it into the hand, I just draw it from the pile. Medal Ceremony! Oh, I love the artwork on this. If you remember the Medal Ceremony from the end of New Hope, you realize that, I think it's a meme on the internet, that Chewbacca doesn't get a medal for some reason. Luke gets it, Han Solo gets it, but no Chewbacca, and you can kind of see him like making a weird face, like, where's my medal? So yeah, but this is a 0 cost card, so it's free, but it is white card, so if you don't have a white base or white lead, no, actually only leaders can be white. If you don't have a white leader, it will cost 2, but yeah, you give an experience token for up to 3 rebel units that attack this phase. So they had to have attacked, but if they attacked, you give them +1/+1, which is nice. And it makes sense, because they got the medal after successfully attacking the Death Star and blowing it up. Next card we have Precision Fire. This is a red card, it's an event again, it costs 1 resource. Attack with a unit, it gains Saboteur for this attack. If it's a trooper, it also gains +2/+0 for this attack. So it's pretty nice, because just like how it shows that the trooper gets a sniper rifle, you get to ignore the guarding units and you get to defeat the defender shields. Now what card can be so OP to have? Have a card how can change color, like activate a card, play something live or something else, and select a Jedi, like 1 yellow, blue, and turn blank. Yeah, that would be interesting for sure. I don't think we have something like that, but this is just the first set, so we never know what the future may hold. Next one. We have another new card, Academy Defense Walker. Oh, this is not a hyperspace, but yeah, this is a blue and black card. Blue color seems to have white associated with it most often, but like Director Krennic, for example, is blue and black, so that means that qualifies this card to be played for the regular cost. And so it's a 6 resource card, 5 attack, 5 defense. It is an Imperial vehicle and a Walker, and it has the Sentinel ability. Yeah, you see? This has... So here you see that Sentinel. Let me just make it focus. So Sentinel, and then you have the explanation that units in this arena can't attack your non-Sentinel units or your base. But this guy has Sentinel without the explanation, which I don't think is intentional, so it may be a misprint. But yeah, when played, the other effect is that you give an experience token to each friendly damage unit. Again, damage units, so it goes well with Director Krennic, and it makes sense because it's blue and black, just like Director Krennic. So nice. You can already see a deck coming together, and the last common card is Resupply. Put this event into play as a resource. It doesn't specify if it's an exhausted resource or if it's a ready resource. I think it will count as an exhausted resource. But still, additional resources are always nice. And it's a green card. Okay, now let me flip these over. Well, it's kind of spoiled already anyway, but yeah. We have a hyperspace variant. Like, we had tokens like this before, but this is a hyperspace variant without the border and with this shiny effect. And it also doubles as a green base, echo base. So nice. Hyperspace variants are alternate arts, and alternate cards are often preferred over the regular ones because they are more rare. I believe the hyperspace... Let me go to that site. Yeah, hyperspace is 2 in 3 packs, so not super rare, but still kind of uncommon. Maybe if you search the defect fabrication card, maybe you can find the right version. Yeah. Yeah, but if I get the defect version and it's uncommon to have it as a defect version, I will totally keep it as a souvenir. So yeah, this is another hyperspace card, and the leader, you can already kind of see it from here, is Chewbacca. He's a blue leader with the hero trait, so blue and white card. And it's pretty nice artwork of him actually. You see him growling here. So as a free action, so it has to be an action that you take. It's not a passive effect, but you get to play a unit that costs 3 or less from your hand, and it gains Sentinel for this phase. So yeah, you still pay the cost normally, but you give it the Sentinel, which means it can defend your base and your other units. If you have 7 resources, then you can deploy it as an actual unit, and it becomes this card. It has 2 attack and 9 health, so it's quite bulky with the 9 health. I think this is the highest health I've seen so far. I don't think you can normally have a card with more than 9 health, unless you buff it with other units. And it has grit too, so it gets +1/+0 for each damage on it, and with 9 health, this guy can survive quite a long time. Okay, Starfunky, have a good rest, Naptabuna, and thank you for coming. I will keep on opening packs until I go to bed, but yeah. Finally we have... Ooh! So we have a foil card, and it's a base. Security Complex. And this is a base that only has 25 health, but you get an epic action once per battle, and yeah, it's a hyperspace. Wait, I think it's a foil hyperspace rare legendary card. Wait, let me make some adjustment to this, because I realize you can't see all of the text. So this seems to be a 1 in 50 pack card, because it's foil and it's hyperspace. I don't know if it's a... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this one, a foil hyperspace rare legendary 1 in 50 packs. So, very nice. And it has the epic action to give a shield token to a non-leader unit. It can only happen once, and the price of it is that you have 5 less health, but it can turn the tide in combat, so very nice. I'll put this right here. I think it's my rarest card so far. other than the misprint. Let me put the misprint separately real quick. There we go. Okay, next one. Just have some water. Cheers. It's over here actually. Okay. Put these 16 cards here. This is probably the foil card, so I will put it on the bottom. And let's get started. We have Bendu, which is from the Rebel series, like a force user who is neutral. He has the double blue trait, which means that if you don't have a base with the blue trait and you don't have a leader with the blue trait, you will have to pay extra cost. So, but as a trade-off, it has pretty good stats for attack and 7 health for only 6 resources, and it has Sentinel. And when it attacks non-hero, non-white, non-black cards, you play this phase cost 2 less. So it's very good in a neutral deck, so decks that don't have the white or black trait. Nice. I'll put this over here because it has that shiny thing on the bottom. We have Wing Leader. We already had this in a non-foil variant. We have another Imperial Officer, Lieutenant Childson. 4 resources, 2 attack, 2 health. It has Sentinel, and when you play it, you reveal up to 4. Blue. 4 blue cards from your hand, and for each card I reveal, this gains an experience token. So it can gain up to +4/+4. So for 4 resources, you can get a +6/+6 Sentinel. So not bad, especially if you have a deck full of blue cards. Nice. Next one. Plus, it's a Starwing Scout. It's a red card, space unit. 4 attack and only 1 health, but as a trade-off, when it's defeated, if you have, and I have the initiative, so I need to have the initiative counter, I get to draw 2 cards, which is pretty good. And with 4 attack, it can take out a lot of units right away. Next one, ISP Agent. I think this is like an Imperial. Yeah, it's an Imperial. It's a yellow and black card. 1 attack, 3 health. When you play it, you may play an event from your hand. And if I do, deal 1 damage to a unit, so... Okay, so you don't actually play the event, you just reveal it. So events such as... I had no choice. So if I reveal this, I play this card, I reveal this card, and then I get to deal 1 damage. Revealing a card in your hand may prove to be a disadvantage, but if you really need to deal just 1 more damage to the base or just 1 more damage to a unit to defeat it, then this is certainly useful. But it should probably be played in a yellow and black deck. We have Starblock Guard. We had this in the starter deck. 3/3, and it has Sentinel. We have Surprise Tarek. We had this in the starter deck as well. A unit gains +3 and it attacks. And it's a yellow card. Recruit. We had this, I believe, in the starter deck as well. We search the top 5 cards for our deck, we reveal them. No, we search them for a unit, and if it's a unit, then we get to reveal it and draw it. The other cards are put to the bottom of the deck in random order. Okay? Next we have the Green Squadron A-Wing. It has 1 attack and 3 health, and it gets the Raid 2 ability. It gets +2 while attacking. Pretty good space unit, and yeah, it can't attack right away, but a 3-3-4-2 resources is pretty good. Of course, it is a red and white card, so that does limit it to certain decks. And here we have the System Patrol Craft, and once again, I just want to make a comparison. So this is the hyperspace variant, and this is the regular, so one has the border, one doesn't, but I'm pretty sure the fact that it doesn't have the description for the Sentinel is a misprint. Okay. But yeah, this is a space unit 3-4 with Sentinel and blue, so it's pretty good. Oh, I love the Cantina music. Strike Through. This depicts Luke Skywalker in Return of the Jedi during the battle on Jabba's skiff. I think it's called Skiff, that vehicle on which, like Jabba's mobile palace basically. A friendly unit deals damage equal to its power to an enemy unit, so pretty good. It's almost like you're attacking with the unit, but instead of actually attacking and risking it getting defeated, you just take its attack value and then deal damage to an enemy unit. So if you want to quickly defeat a powerful unit, this is a way to do it. We have Disabling Fang Fighter, another new card. When played, you may defeat an upgrade, so this pack had a lot of defeat and upgrade cards. Nice. It has 3 attack, 2 health, 3 mana, and it's a red card. Surgical Droid, we had this in the Luke Skywalker starter deck. And we have an experience token, regular this time, not a hyperspace variant. And we have a red base, Castro City on Vardos. I will put the leader, yeah, these are put in this pile. And we have Jyn Erso, a hyperspace variant. Nice, so it's borderless and with the white lines, and she has the leader ability to attack with a unit, and the defender gets -1, -0 for this attack. So rather than just attacking with the unit normally, you use Jyn Erso's ability, and then the defender gets +1 attack, so it won't deal as much damage back. Just make sure you can see the artwork properly. Yeah, one of the heroes of Rogue One. And if it's like a unit, then it's a 4 attack, 7 health unit, and it gains the same effect. When a friendly unit is attacking, the defender gets -1, -0. And it says any friendly unit, so even Jyn Erso herself. Very nice. Jyn Erso and Director Krennic in opposition, as it should be. And the foil card in this pack is a Snowspeeder. Nice. The Snowspeeders from The Empire Strikes Back. It is a ground unit, so remember that. It has ambush, so it can attack right away. 3 attack, 6 health, and when it's attacking, it exhausts an enemy vehicle unit. So the powerful AT-ATs or AT-STs. Oh, let me put them over here because it's a foil card. There we go. Yeah. Still, the security complex in a hyperspace foil variant is the best I got so far. Let's see the next one. Make sure this works properly. Yeah. Okay. Okay, next pack. Let's get through these quickly. I have quite a few to go through. We have Force Lightning. Nice, iconic ability. And we have, of course, Emperor Palpatine on the artwork. It's an event card. If you choose a unit, it loses all abilities for this phase. Then if you control a Force unit, pay any number of the resources and deal 2 damage to the chosen unit for each resource paid this way. So, very powerful, but you do need a lot of resources to get the maximum effect out of it. Just disabling its effect is pretty good if you want to disable like Sentinels or when defeated effects and so on. So yeah, I like it. I'll put this here. Next one. We have Ruthless Raider. It's a space unit. Some kind of... I'm not familiar with this design, but yeah. It's an Imperial capital ship, okay. And when it's played or defeated, you deal 2 damage to the enemy base and 2 damage to the enemy unit. Very aggressive indeed. No wonder it's on the aggression, the red color, and it has the villain tag as well. Okay. Next we have Rogue Squadron Skirmisher. So it's a snow speeder, but with a given name basically. It's a green and white card, 4 attack, 6 health, vehicle, rebel, ambush, so attack right away. And when played, you return a unit that costs 2 or less from your discard pile to your hand. So it helps you recycle cards that already have been discarded. Not bad. And because it can attack right away, it means you are guaranteed to recycle at least 1 card before it's gone. Next, we have No Good to Me Dead, a line spoken by Boba Fett about Han Solo. This actually depicts Han Solo getting frozen in carbonite on Cloud City. And it's a yellow and black card. It's an event, so it's like a spell. Exhaust the unit can't ready this round, including the regroup phase. Very good. Okay. And next we have a hyperspace variant. Nice. Lothal Insurgent. We got this in the starter deck, but this one is the alternate art without the border and with the nice white lines. And just a reminder, when played, if you played another card this phase, each opponent draws a card and discards a random card from hand. So let me put this in the hyperspace variant. Wait, where was the hyperspace variant? Oh, I put Chewbacca in the hyperspace variants by mistake. Yeah, let's put this over there. Let me put like Director Krennic is a villain, of course. You have 3 hero leaders so far. With the villains we only have Director Krennic and I guess Darth Vader if you count the 3 made decks. Okay. We have Gamorrean Guards. Jabba's guards basically. Which is a 4 resource yellow card. It has 4 attack and 4 health. And while I control another yellow unit, this gains Sentinel. So, even on its own, it's a nice 4/4 card, but if you have another yellow unit, it will become a guardian to your base and to your other units. But maybe you want a strategy in which you don't want this to have Sentinel, you just want it to attack freely, it's still viable. We have Outer Rim Headhunters. It seems to be some kind of requisitioned X-Wing, but it's not a rebel card. So it's a yellow card which has 2 resource cost, 1 attack, 3 health, and it has the raid 1 ability, so it gets +1 attack while attacking. And when it attacks, if you control a leader unit, you may exhaust a non-leader unit. So it's very good to play during the turn in which you play your leader. Oh, Corellian Freighter. And if it looks like the Millennium Falcon, then that makes sense because Han Solo and was Corellian as well, and Corellia made a lot of the ships in, I guess, both the Republic and the Empire era. But yeah, this is simply a 5-cost space unit. It is neutral though, so it doesn't have any color attached to it, which means that it can potentially be put into any deck. And it has Sentinel, which means that it will protect your base and your other units, so that's nice. And it has decent stats, 4 attack and 4 health. If you give it some buffs too, it will be even better. We have Infiltrator skill, and it depicts, like the artwork, it depicts Jyn Erso in Imperial disguise. And it's an upgrade, so you attach it to another unit. And that unit gains Saboteur, and a +1/+1, so it will ignore Sentinel and defeat the Defender shields. Next we have Restored Arc 170. We saw this in the starter deck. It has the Restore 1 ability, heals your base, quite useful. Although you probably play this more in the late game or mid game, rather than right away at 2 resources, because at the beginning your base probably didn't take that much damage. Okay, we have Mercenary Company. It has 6 cost, green card, 5 attack, 5 health. It has Ambush, so it can attack right away, and Overwhelm, which means that any excess damage it deals to the unit is dealt to the base itself. Very good card, especially in a green deck. Open Fire. Of course it's Stormtroopers, so it's gonna take a while to actually hit something, but it's a basic red card, so +4 damage to the chosen unit. And once again I have to read up on the rules because it just says a unit. Does that mean it can be in the ground and space arena, or it has to be in the same arena and you choose one? But I'll look into that later. Okay, and we get to the second last card, Wilderness Fighter. It's a new one. I think it's a guy from Hot. Yeah, and it has 2 attack, 4 health, for 3 cost, that's pretty good, and it's shielded, so it gains a shield token right away, so it's quite sturdy too. It means it negates 1 instance of damage, and we have a token upgrade, +1/+0, and the base is a blue base, Capital City. This time it's just regular 30 health base. Put this over here, and we have a new leader, Sabine Wren, yet another hero, a red hero this time. She's a Mandalorian Rebel Spectre, 4 cost, 2 attack, 5 health, and when you attack with it you deal 1 damage to each enemy base. The word, sometimes it says each enemy or each friendly unit because there's a format in which there can be more than 2 players at a time, so yeah. In that format it's even better, so 1 more card in the hero pile, and the foil card in this pack is Precision Fire. It's rather nice. It is an event, so you play it and then it gets discarded, but the unit gets Saboteur, and if it's a trooper it also gets +2/+0 for this attack. So very good in red decks. Next we have 1, 2, 3, 5 more packs to go through, so I'm only halfway done with the packs themselves. Overall I have to say I enjoyed this, discovering all the new cards. I initially wanted to do this on Thursday, but I got the package quite early, so I didn't want to wait and be tempted to open it off stream. I wanted to also capitalize on the streamer luck. Okay, so foil card in the back for now, and let's see. You're My Only Hope, a reference to Leia putting the Death Star plans inside R2-D2. Come on, focus. There we go. Look at the top card of your deck. You may play it. It costs 5 less. If your base has 5 or less remaining each HP, you may play it for free instead. So, wow, pretty good. For 3 resources, you get to play a card potentially for free as long as it costs 5 or less. And if your base has very low health, you can play it for free. So, for example, let's say you have only 4 health left on your base, and the top card is a 9 resource. I'm just saying, I haven't seen a 9 resource card yet, but you can play it for free, and because it costs 9 resources, it's potentially a very powerful card, and it can turn the tide. So yeah, nice. I like this. Of course, if you play it in a black deck, then it will cost 5, but still might be worth it. Rebel Assault. This is another new card. It's a green and white card, and it's an event. You attack with a rebel unit, it gets +1/+0 for this attack. Then attack with another rebel unit, it gets +1+ for this attack. So it's kind of like Leia's effect of attacking with 2 units at the same time, and they get bonuses. And yeah, it's a pretty nice artwork with the 2 X-Wings, and I think that's a Y-Wing maybe, that's going to attack Star Destroyer. Not very good odds, but very heroic, that's for sure. Next we have Greedo, good old Greedo. Poor guy gets written off quite fast, thanks to Han Solo, but yeah, he's become a well-known character. He costs, so it's a unique card, you can only have one of this guy out at the time. It's a yellow card, it only costs 1 and has 3 attack and 1 health. But when it's defeated, you may discard the card from your deck. If it's not a unit, deal 2 damage to a ground unit. So you choose the card that you discard from your deck, and if it's an event card or upgrade, then you deal 2 damage to a ground unit. Not bad for a 1-cost card, and you can also thin your deck. And if you have cards that allow you to recycle cards from this card pile, this is also very useful. So yeah, we got, if we had Han Solo, we had to get Greedo eventually, right? Okay, Power of the Dark Side, a blue and black card for 3 resources, and it shows, yeah, I think this is the scene from Rogue One where Darth Vader boards the rebel ship and massacres everyone in the hallway. And this says the opponent chooses a unit they control, defeat that unit. So there's another card called Vanquish, which costs 5, and then you choose which unit to defeat. But this one is cheaper, but the opponent gets to choose. But of course, if there's only 1 unit on their field, then they have no choice but to destroy that one. So yeah, pretty good in early game too. You have a hyperspace variant, resupply. Put this event into play as a resource. Very nice, but kind of a waste for a hyperspace variant, because you can only see it for a moment, and then as a resource you have to play it face down. But not bad. I'm not gonna say no to a hyperspace variant. In fact, should put it in the hyperspace variant pile. We have another Lothal Insurgent, so yellow card with 2 cost. We have Snapshot Reflexes, another card we saw already. If I saw it already, I'm just gonna go through it quickly. Snowtrooper Lieutenant, very good with other Imperial cards. We have resupply, another resupply, but this time a regular. But yeah, this is an opportunity to again show off the difference between a hyperspace and a normal card. Like, it's not foil, it's not shiny, but still, it's nice to not have the border in the way. Makes you see more of the artwork, if nothing else. Okay, Precision Tactic, we got this in a foil variant last pack. Rugged Survivors, of course we're gonna get some duplicates now because we are 5 packs in. Echo-based Defender, I believe I got this before as well. Green and white card, 4-3, very good stats, and it has Sentinel. Mission Briefing, choose a player, they draw 2 cards, very good for card advantage. And we have a shield token with the Dagobah Swamp base, a blue base. And we have a villain this time, a red and black hero, IG-88, Bounty Hunter Droid. Of course, in The Mandalorian we have an IG-88 unit. Well, this would be a spoiler, but yeah. That will not always be a villain, but you have to just see The Mandalorian for yourself. So, as an action, which is a free action, you attack with a unit, and if you control more unit than the defending player, the attacker gets +1/+0 for this attack. So very good for aggressive decks that play a bunch of cheap cards. And if you play it as a leader, if you deploy it, so you have to control 5 or more resources. And each of the friendly unit gets raid 1, so again, very good in aggressive deck because it makes those cheap units get even more damage in, so very good. And he himself has 5 attack but only 4 health, so he won't be around for long, but still very good while he's out on the field. And the foil card is Rugged Survivors, very nice. A blue card with 3 attack and 5 health, and it has grit, and on attack, if you control a leader unit you may draw a card, so definitely if I'm building the grit deck, he will be an include there. Wait, where did I put IG-88? I should put him here. There we go. Okay, going now much faster than in the beginning. Even if you're not watching this live, I hope you'll find some valuable information from this pack opening. You watch the VOD later, for example. Okay, let's put this in the back. Hello, Demon Fox King. Welcome, welcome. It's been a while, hasn't it? Okay. First card seems to be a unique unit, so it's probably a rare card. Del Miko, an Imperial Trooper, so it's a blue and black card, 3 resources, 3 attack and 3 health, and it has Restore 1 ability. And each event an opponent plays costs 1 more, so it can hinder your opponent quite well. I don't know if you're familiar with this game. It's a card game that came out earlier in March, and I love Star Wars, I love card games, so it was only natural for me to get some card packs, and I thought I would open them on Steam, Stream. Bright Hope, another unique card. This is a space unit, it has 2 attack and 6 health, and it has Sentinel, so you have to attack it first. And when played, you may return a friendly non-leader unit to its owner's hand. If you do, draw a card. But this will be a ground unit. Okay. Yeah, it's like a transport ship, like in the Empire Strikes Back, and you return a unit and you also draw cards, so yeah, very good. It's most used in green and white decks though. Shoot first. We saw this in the starter pack. Of course, the iconic scene with Han Solo and Greedo. 8080 suppressor. I think, yeah, we have seen other 8080 cards, but this is a new one. And when played, you exhaust all ground units. Exhausting means that the opponent can't attack with them, and they need to ready them. And for 8 cost, that is a pretty good. Like, this is one of the more expensive cost cards that I got so far. I haven't gotten anything that costs 9 yet. I think 8 may be the highest cost in this set at least, but we'll see. Okay, we have Swoop Racer. If you have played Knights of the Old Republic, you are familiar, of course, with Swoop Racing. It's a vanilla card, so it has no effect, but for only 3 resources you have a unit with 4 attack and 3 health, and it's a yellow card though, so better in yellow decks. We have Restock. We had this before in... It's a neutral card too, so it can be included in any deck. It doesn't have any colors on the top left corner. We have Bounty Hunter Crew. We got this in a foil variant earlier. We have Guardian of Wheels, a Force user that's not a Jedi or a Sith. 2 attack and 2 health. We have Tactical Advantage. I think this is a new card. I haven't gotten it yet so far. It's a green card, and no, I think I got it before. I have another copy. So you give +2/+2 for a unit, but only for this phase. We have Partisan Insurgent. I think I got another copy of this. While you control another red unit, this gets raid too. So it has normally only 1 attack, but if you have another red unit, then it gets up to 3 attack. Okay, we have Vanquish, the blue card that simply defeats a unit. I feel any card game has like a spell card that basically says remove 1 card from your opponent. We have Gladiator Star Destroyer. We had this in the Darth Vader starter pack. It's a space unit, and when played you give a unit Sentinel for this phase, which means that units in this arena can't attack your non-Sentinel units. Nice. And finally we have another Occupier Siege Tank, which is a grit unit, which means that the more damage it has taken, the more attack it has. So it has up 4 health, it can survive up 3 damage, so it can grow up to 8. Plus if you equip other things to it, or you combine it with other effects like Director Krennic, which gives +1 attack to each damaged unit, then it gets even better. Okay. Every pack contains a token/base, and this is a hyperspace variant, an experience token. And it's Echo Base, it's the green base. And Echo Base, for those who don't know, it's from Hot, from the second movie. Let's put the hyperspace variant over here. And we have Grand Moff Tarkin for the leader unit. So finally we have another leader. Actually we we mostly pulled heroes, but now we have a villain leader. Let's actually put up the leader side first. It's very fitting that we have also villain music right now playing. Grand Moff Tarkin, for 1 resource, you can give an experience token to an Imperial unit. So that means you give it +1/+1. So very good in Imperial deck. And if you deploy it as a leader, which will require 5 resources, then it has 2 attack and 7 health, and you may give, it's pretty much the same effect, but it has to be attacking. When you attack, you give an experience token to Imperial units. So it can quickly grow out of hand if the longer you play with Grand Moff Tarkin, and he has green and black cards, so yeah. Keep that in mind when building the deck. And the foil card is Fallen Lightsaber. Nice. We already got a non-foil version, so let's see this for comparison. Yeah, it's a pretty nice shiny effect to it. And it's not a hyperspace variant, but yeah, still pretty cool. I'm gonna put this over here. And yeah, this is so far my rarest card. If you haven't seen it, it's hyperspace variant because it's borderless and it's foil. And those are 1 in every 50 packs, so very nice. Next one. Okay. Tsugi, as the Japanese say. The Millennium Falcon, nice, very iconic card. And spaceship in the Star Wars universe. Come on, focus on it. There we go. This unit enters play ready. When you ready cards during the regroup phase, either pay 1 resource or return this unit to the owner's hand. Not sure what exactly that means. Enters play ready. I guess that means you can attack with it right away. But why does it say just ambushed? And I need to read up on the rules to fully understand this card, but yeah. It has the disadvantage that you have to pay another resource or I have to return it to the hand, but returning to the hand can be beneficial if you want to reset the card's health, for example. We have Greedo again. Nice. We have Inferno 4, a unique card, a unique TIE Fighter. I guess if I hold them up here, it's gonna be easier to focus. It's a black and blue card. When played or when defeated, look at the top 2 cards, put any number of them bottom of your deck and the rest on the top on any order. So nice, rearranging your cards and yeah. I think Inferno 4 was, I forgot the, from Battlefront 2, I think, or Battlefront, there was like an Imperial starfighter who then became a rebel. I think it's her ship. Maybe, not sure. Okay, we have General Veers. We had this in the Darth Vader starter deck. It's simply other friendly Imperial units get +1/+1. Very good with Grand Moff Tarkin, who gives experience tokens, and experience tokens further buff with +1/+1 for each. So very nice. We have Restored Arc 170, and I think this is another misprint because it has Restore 1 but it doesn't have the explanation, so this goes right here. And 2 spaceships so far with a misprint, and I think this may be a misprint as well because this has no border whatsoever, but it doesn't have the hyperspace effect, so I have to look into it, but for now, yeah, I'll keep it here in the special because it wasn't in a booster pack, but a good special thing. Snapshot reflexes, Snowtrooper Lieutenant. It still takes a second no matter how close I hold it, I think. There we go. Okay, Imperial Interceptor. Nice, it deals 3 damage right away to a space unit. Very aggressive card. Rugged Survivors, we got quite a few of these. Don't remember how many copies can you have. I think up to 3 copies of a card in a deck per the rulings. Maybe more, I will look into that. Homestead Militia. mission briefing. So yeah. So 10 packs, it means each 16 cards, that means total of 160 cards. So we are bound to get some duplicates eventually. And more as we come along. I don't remember how many cards are in the... Let me check the database real quick. Does it say anywhere over here? No, not quite. Okay, let me just go back to what I wanted to show. Yeah, this is basically an article that explains the different rarities. Let me just put it here. There we go. Hey, Consular Security Force vanilla card, no effect, but it has 3 attack and 7 health with buffs. It's very good and it only costs 4 resources. But of course it's kind of restricted to a blue and white deck. Okay, and we have Tactical Advantage. The green card that gives +2/+2, but only for that battle. We have a shield token that also can be a blue base, the capital city. And we have another Sabine Ram, so now we are getting duplicates of the leaders too. I don't remember how many leaders there are, but not bad. And the foil card is Redemption. Nice, this is... I think like it's a unique card, so it's more rare than most. And I think rare cards also have this sticker on the bottom of them. So Redemption is the medical frigate of the... Let me just show this closer. Yeah. It's a nice effect. Oh, Louis-ku, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I'm still opening some Star Wars Unlimited cards right now. But yeah, this gets put in the foil. Yeah, it looks pretty, yeah, of course. It's the point of these shiny cards. I have 2 more packs left, so let's see. Let's open Chewbacca first and let's leave Leia for the last. Like what you see right now, the showcase variant, that's the rarest of the rare cards. Only leaders can be showcased, but it's only 1 in 12 boxes, so very unlikely that I get it, but we'll see. Okay, so let's go through these 16 cards. We have Vigilance. It's a rare card, I believe, because it has the sticker on it. It is a new card. Shows young Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi, likely during the Clone Wars. And it's an event card. It's a double blue, which means that you kind of need to have a blue base and a blue leader. Otherwise you have to pay extra to... So the ruling here is that if you don't have a matching color with the leader or the base, you have to pay 2 extra resources. So it's still playable, but not as efficient. So this has 2 effects, and you can... So it has a number of effects, but you have to choose 2 of them in any order. Which is... And the effects are discard 6 cards from the opponent's deck, heal 5 damage from a base, defeat a unit with 3 or less remaining HP, or give a shield token to a unit. Very good, I must say. Vigilance, and I'll put this in the rare pile. Next. Force Throw, and it's showing Darth Vader throwing stuff at Luke Skywalker during their encounter in Cloud City. We haven't seen this card yet today. Choose a player. That player discards a card from their hand. Then if you control a force unit, you may deal damage to a unit equal to the cost of discarded card. Wow. So it's very good. Discarding card from your hand is from the opponent's hand is always a good thing, like making them have this advantage. And if you force them to discard a high cost card, then you may deal a lot of damage to a unit. but you must control a force unit, so likely this will be in the Darth Vader deck. There are not a lot of force units right now, mostly just the leaders or the legendary cards. Oh, and we have another double color card, the double green card. It's called Attack Pattern Delta. So give a friendly unit +3/+3 for this phase, give another friendly unit +2/+2, and give a third friendly unit +1/+1. So it has a lot of effects. It buffs 3 cards, but the first one gets the highest boost. Very nice. Bamboozle. So this shows the scene in which Han Solo tried to misdirect the prison guards. Like they were asking like what's going on, and he says that I don't know, just a map was malfunction, and I think it was I remember it was a completely improvised scene. It was like, yeah, nothing's wrong here, everything's good. How are you? And I think he was ad-libbing because he forgot his line, but they kept it because it seemed in character for Han Solo. But as for the card itself, it's a yellow and white card, and you may discard the yellow card from this card instead of paying the cost. Yeah, I totally recommend it. I will probably rewatch a lot of the movies during May the 4th, which, you know, is the big Star Wars day. May the 4th be with you. But yeah, maybe, like, you will know when you get to this scene, because it's very well depicted in this artwork. But yeah, it's very comic book style. Yeah, Viper Droid, the Sentinel droids of the Empire. When you play it, you can look at the opponent's hand. Very good if you, especially if you have a villain deck, so a black deck. This arm, this I haven't gotten yet today. It's a 1-cost yellow card, and it's an event, so it's like a spell card. Give an enemy unit -4 attack for this phase. Not bad, but I would rather defeat it. But at 1 resource, it's pretty fair. Yeah, I think I will actually keep Bamboozle as a separate one, because I just like the artwork. The most humorous one is probably I Am Your Father, but I think I placed it somewhere far away, but we'll see. Okay, another new card, Volunteer Soldier. This is a neutral card, it doesn't have any colors associated with it. It has 2 attack and 3 health, it's a trooper type, and it has raid 1, which means it gets +1 attack when attacking, so it's kind of essentially a 3-cost 3/3 card. And if you control another trooper unit, this unit costs 1 less to play, so if you have a tank with a bunch of troopers, this is very useful. And I think there's a leader too that benefits troopers, or at least one of the more rare cards. Can't find it right now, but yeah, in time I will be more familiar with all the cards, but we'll see. Moment of Peace. We love any depictions of Yoda, of course, which is give a shield token to a unit. Oh, sorry Yoda. Yeah. It depicts him in his hut probably. It looks like he's making soup. Shield tokens means you get to basically put an upgrade to a unit, and it means that they will not take an instance of damage. So if they would take like 1, 2, or any amount of damage, even 8, the shield token is discarded instead of the unit taking damage. It's like Divine Shield if you played Hearthstone. Okay, this is another new card, lots of new cards in this pack. Patrolling V-Wing. It's a green card, it costs 2 resources, only 1/1, but when you play it you get to draw a card, and effects that allow you to draw a card are pretty few and far in between, so It's good to have them around. We have regional sympathizers. Okay, there we go. It's a rebel card, so it's a white card. 4 resource cost, 3 attack and 4 health. And it has the Restore 2 ability, which means that when it attacks, it heals 2 damage to your base. Very useful, because, you know, if you get to 0 health with your base, you lose. And especially with bases, so normal bases have 30 health, but there are special bases that only have 25 but have an extra effect. But epic action means something that can only be used once per duel, so you kind of have to wait for the perfect moment to use it. And another new card, Ardent Sympathizer. This is like a, I think Sullustan, I think it's the name of this species. It's kind of like the co-pilot of Lando Calrissian in Return of the Jedi. So it's a red card, it has 3 resource cost, 3 attack and 3 health. And while you have the initiative, this unit gets +2/+0. So taking the initiative costs an action, and you can only take 1 action per turn, so it does encourage you to keep the initiative so that it retains the boost. Next we have Scout Bike Pursuer, another reference to Return of the Jedi. It's a blue and black card. It has 2 resource cost, 1 attack and 4 health, but it has grit. And grit means that for each damage taken it gets more powerful in attack, so again another good card to combine with Direct Krennic, because he gets a +1, he gives a +1 bonus to damaged units. Likely gonna go in that deck. Okay. Oh, sorry, getting confused here. Academy Training. Lots of new cards in this pack, so counting myself lucky. This is an upgrade card. This is basically an equip card. Come on, focus. I think it shows like Stormtrooper training. Seems like an Imperial Academy. But yeah, it's a green card, and it gives simply +2/+2 to the equipped unit. Not bad though. So this is the token we have in this pack, and it's +1/+1 when you attach the experience token, and the base is Catacombs of Cadera, a red base, a standard red base with 30 health. And for the leader we have Leia Organa. We already got a copy of this, I believe, but no problem. Always happy to have another one. Wait, I don't see her. It should be here. Maybe I put her... Wait, was the other one a foil? Or was it hyperspace? I'm not sure I got another Leia Organa leader, but... Maybe I... Oh yeah, there she is. Yeah, there we go. 2 Leia Organas. And 2 Sabine Wrens. Let's put them back in view. Just needed a sip of water. And last but not least, the foil card, an 80/80 Suppressor. Very late game card, and it's a hyperspace variant too. Yeah, because it doesn't have the border, it has the white effect. So this is another very rare card, 1 in 50 packs, just like this. So very happy with it. And it's a blue and black card, so I might include it in my grid deck, and when you play it you exhaust all ground units. The downside is that it exhausts your units as well, but maybe you already attacked with them, so it doesn't matter. All right, Alright. Last pack of Destiny. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116 Will we get a showcase card? Let's find out. Actually, I just looked into... Wait, I just saw something here in the... Yeah, these... I think I got 2 legendary cards in 1 pack, so... 1 in 8 packs, that's pretty good. Because I got the double green and the double blue card, and I think they are both legendary. Or at least this one is legendary, but... Yeah, not bad, not bad. I'll take what I can get. Okay. Right, let's go to this last pack, shall we? We have the Relentless, a named Star Destroyer. It's of course, I think this is the most expensive unit I got so far. It costs 9 resources. I think you can have a maximum of 10, maybe. I need to look up what's the maximum amount, but that's the gist of it. It's a space unit that has 8 attack, 8 health, and it is a legendary though, which is, I think, is marked by this sticker at the bottom, so it gets to put into this pile. And the first event played by each opponent each round loses all abilities, so they kind of have to waste a card before they can play an actual event, so very nice. But you need to kind of protect it. Devotion, okay. This is a new card. It depicts Luke Skywalker training with Yoda on Dagobah. Come on. There we go. And it's an upgrade card. If you attach it, it gains Restore 2, which is very good. Plus it gets +1 attack and +1 health, so... Yeah, very nice. I'm gonna put this in the good artwork pile. Fighters for Freedom. It's red and white. It's a more rare combination than red and black. Come on, let's see. Come on. Just doesn't want it with this card. Okay, I'll just read the effect real quick. It's a Saboteur. When this unit attacks, ignore Sentinel and defeat the shield. And when you play another red card, you may deal 1 damage to a base. So yeah, it's a more aggressive hero card. Maybe now. Okay, maybe I'll just take a picture of it later. I don't wanna waste too much time on one card. Okay. Well, we have quite a few AT-AT variants. This is a new one, I think. It's a Blizzard Assault. AT-AT. It's a black and green card. It costs 8 resources, so again, late game card. And it has a whopping 9 attack and 9 health. I think right now 9 is the highest value you can have on the attack and health stats on a card. I haven't seen any double digits yet, but maybe in the future. When this unit attacks and defeats a unit, you may deal the excess damage from this attack to an enemy ground unit. Actually, I think, now that I read the effect, it sounds familiar, so I think I have another one of these, but yeah. Gets like this trampling effect where excess damage is dealt to another ground unit. Very nice. Okay, this is upside down. Let's see what it is. It's a hyperspace variant. It's borderless with the hyperspace effect. I think it's a new card too. Radio unit with 3 or less power. It's a red card too. It seems to be an artwork of clone troopers fighting the droids, the droid army. Where was the hyperspace file again? I think it's over here, yes. Next, we have Rogue Operative. A yellow and white card. It's a saboteur, so it ignores shields and sentinel effects, and it gets a raid too, which means it gets +2 while attacking. So it's basically a 4/4 when attacking, and it only costs 3 resources. But of course, you will probably want to play it in a yellow and white deck for efficiency. We have a new card, Crafty Smuggler. Forgot the name of this Neimoidian. I forgot the name of this species, but yeah, it's a yellow card, 2 resources, 2 attack, 2 health, and it's shielded, which means that it automatically gets a shield token when you play it. Normally you have to give shield tokens from events or upgrades. Maximum firepower. Even more AT-ATs. Oops. There you go. Okay, a friendly Imperial unit deals damage equal to its power to a unit. Then another friendly Imperial unit deals damage equal to its power to the same unit. So, yeah. Very powerful, especially if you have all those high attack AT-ATs on the field. We have Death Star Stormtrooper. Standard vanilla card, no effect, but it has 3 attack, which is pretty good for a 1 resource card, but of course it will be mostly played in the red and black decks, such as the Darth Vader starter decks. The Darth Vader starter deck in fact has 3 copies of this. We have Resilient, an upgrade card of the blue kind. And it doesn't give any attack, but it gives +3 health to a unit, so that can be useful, especially when the unit is damaged already. We have Snowspeeder. We have this already in the foil variant. We have Alliance Dispatcher. I think this is a new card. Yeah, it's a green and white card, and okay, it's the first time I think I actually have a card that doesn't have a passive effect and an action effect, which means an effect that you have to manually activate. But that means you can't activate it the very first turn when you play it. But yeah. You can play a unit from your hand and it costs 1 less, so very good. If you can keep it alive, it will really snowball into a lot of cheaper units on your side of the field. And we have Jeddah Agitator. Jeddah being the city where they mine the Kyber crystals for the Death Star. Let's see. It's a red card. It's a rebel. 2 resources, 2 attack, 1 health, but it's a saboteur, so it ignores sentinel and shields. And when you attack with it, if you control a leader unit, deal 2 damage to a ground unit or a base. Very nice. And it says to a base, so it doesn't have to be the enemy base, so you probably normally don't want to deal damage to your own base, but there is a card called You're My Only Hope, which has the effect that if you have 5 or less health, then you can play a card for free, essentially, from top of your deck. Okay, and we're already at the shield token and the command center. It's actually the Death Star command center. It does say in the bottom there that it's the Death Star. It's a green base. And we got another copy of Director Krennic. So this is a sign that I must make a deck with him. Okay, and before I reveal the last card, I'm actually gonna take a little break, especially since it's ad break right now. Gonna get some water real quick. Okay. Let me brush up a little bit on the rules, so some things I'm not certain of. So you shuffle your deck and draw 6 cards, a mulligan by shuffling the entire deck in your deck, then put 2 cards from your hand in place face down as resources. So resources are face down. You must keep them in your hand if you mulligan. Okay. During the action phase, each player takes 1 action. It can be play a card from hand, attack with a unit, use an action. Okay, so only 1 action per action phase. And you go back and forth until both players pass, and then you go into the regroup phase. In the regroup, you draw 2 cards. You may choose to put a card from your hand into play. Already all exhausted cards. You also already all exhausted cards in play. Okay. Triggered abilities. On attack, when played, when defeated. Okay, Sentinel, Shielded, Raid, Restore, Saboteur. Yeah, pretty much got at least 1 card of each keyword. Okay. I think I stalled long enough. Time to reveal the last foil card of today, and probably for a while, but because I'm not sure when I will get more cards. And it's Crafty Smuggler. You already got this, but in a non-foil variant. Not bad. It's a very versatile card because, well, it has the yellow requirement, but other than that, 2 resource, 2/2, and it's shielded, so it's harder to remove. Okay, where do I put this again? Yeah, over here. Yeah, I think overall my favorite artwork has to be, at least from the foil ones, is the Redemption. Like this capital ship right here. Actually, yeah, it's kind of customary to go through the collection and point out any rare and special cards, so from the Hyperspace alternate art cards, we got Keep Fighting, we got Echo Base, one of the bases, a green base, we got Supply, a green card, Lothal Insurgent, and another Echo Base actually in Hyperspace variant. Wow, I didn't realize I had 2. And General Taj. It's a very nice artwork actually. Like, it's the scene from A New Hope where he's expressing concern that if they obtained plans of the base, it can be dangerous. We have some of these rare shiny sticker cards, legendary even, I would say. There's 1 in 8 packs. Horse Lightning, You're My Only Hope, a Bandu, I Had No Choice. I put this in my favorite artworks. And then we have also Chopper from the Rebel series and Fallen Lightsaber. And then we had some special parts from the pre-release set that were, I think, guaranteed to be Hyperspace. We have C-3PO and Battlefield Marine. But I think Battlefield Marine is a misprint because it doesn't have the complete hyperspace effect like the white lines like C-3PO. Speaking of misprints, I have a System Patrol Craft and the Restored Arc 10 that don't have the explanations for the effect. Normally, even though it's a keyword, like people are expected to know them, it should have the full explanation. And the System Patrol Craft is a hyperspace variant too, so yeah. These might be worth something. Okay. I have some foil cards here. These two came as a part of the promotion for the pre-release box, so they were guaranteed to be included. The Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader leader cards. And it's an alternate art too, because normally they look different. Okay. Then I got Bosk, Wing Leader. Now that I look at it, Bosk is a lot more prismatic than the other foil cards. Let me read up on this real quick. Is there actually two different kinds of foil effects? Okay, you won't see it, but I will read it out loud. Okay, outside of the cards that are exclusive to starter decks, the cards this game are divided in 4 rarities: common, uncommon, rare, and legendary. In each booster pack you will have 9 common cards, 3 uncommon cards, and 1 rare or legendary card. You may notice that it only adds up to 13. Add the leader and base card and you got 15, so what's the last card in the pack? The final card in the pack is a foil card, which will be a foil version that can appear in booster packs. This foil card can be of any rarity, which means you could be unlocked into a second rare or legendary card. However, foil cards are not the only variants, so I think foil cards that are for legendary cards are even more shiny, because I'm pretty sure Bosk is more shiny than Wing Leader, for example, which is a common foil card. And I have Make an Opening, the Snow Speeder, Fallen Lightsaber, Crafty Smuggler, and the Redemption. Yeah, I think this is another rare but not legendary card, because it does have the sticker on the bottom of it. Actually, Bosk doesn't have the sticker, so I'm kind of confused of the rarity of this card. I think it was exclusive to the pre-release event, and that's why it has like a more special effect around it, but yeah, not bad. And these are the rarest cards that I got, because these are hyperspace variants, so borderless and with hyperspace effect and foil. We have the Security Complex, which is a blue base with only 25 health instead of 30, but you get the effect to put a shield on someone, and 8080 Suppressor. It's the 888, 8080. Well, maybe that's the wordplay here, that 8080 and then you have 88 overall. Didn't think of it before, but yeah. When you play it, you exhaust all ground units, including your own. So we gotta be careful with that. And then just a few cards that I like the artwork of. Bamboozle. I really hoped to get this. And Moment of Peace. Yoda just having some soup. Devotion. Luke training with Yoda. I had no choice the moment it was revealed that Lando betrayed Han, but he said he had no choice because the Imperials got there first. Let me get my favorite card so far. I put it somewhere over here. Yeah, there we go. I am your father. And it's a pretty unique effect because it has like a strange interaction with the opponent. You deal 7 damage to an enemy unit unless the opponent says no. So yeah, that's like a reference to how Luke reacted to this information, that he's Darth Vader's son. And if they say no, you draw 3 cards. So Either way, it is a positive effect, because either you deal a lot of damage to a unit, or they say no, which will probably lead to a very comedic effect, and you get to draw 3 cards. Of course, it is a black card, so it's better in black decks, but you can run it for 5 mana as well in white decks, and it still gets you more cards and a laughter for sure. But yeah, I'm gonna put this in the favorite artworks and overall effects pile. So yeah. Whew, almost 4.5 hours. Took a bit longer than I expected, but then again, we went through to 2 pre-made decks, some bonus cards that I got from the store, which are just tokens and bases, the pre-release box, which had some guides and tokens, premiere cards. Actually check. So 6 booster packs, 2 pre-release promo cards, 19 counters, 1 quick side, 1 deck building, and 1 divider card, 1 deluxe deck box. I don't remember what the divider card was. It's a divider card, but... Oh, this is the divider card. I guess it... I don't know what it's supposed to divide exactly, but yeah, there we go. So yeah, I had 6 booster packs in that, and I got 4 more additional booster packs, so with that I had 14 cards. Didn't get the super rare, like super rare showcase variant of a leader, but yeah, that's 1 in 12 boxes, so those will be the most expensive ones if you are fishing for expensive cards to get and sell maybe later. But yeah, I would say we got some pretty good pulls. I have at least 2 battle ready decks, and I can most certainly make another deck myself with all these cards here. I will probably go for a deck based around Director Krennic, and I will decide what the base will be. It might be a red base, because there are some red cards that have the grit ability. Let me quickly read the overview of this rulebook. You get a bit of, I guess, some more ASMR if you are into this kind of thing. Star Wars Unlimited overview. Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game in which each player takes the role of a leader, an iconic Star Wars character who rallies their forces into battle to defeat their opponent's base. These forces are represented by a 50 card deck, so it has to be a 50 card deck containing units, events, and upgrades. The game is played over a series of rounds. During the action phase of each round, you'll play cards from your hand and use these cards to attack your opponent's base and units. Then, in the regroup phase, you'll draw cards, build up your resources, and ready your units for the next round of battle. Early in the game, your leader will affect the battle passively, but eventually, they'll join the fray as a powerful unit. Which is optional, but yeah, it means the epic action in which, like, yeah, passively, it means passively, but sometimes you do have to activate, so it doesn't just... Director Krennic is an example of a leader who grants bonuses passively, but others will require you to declare activation. Okay, winning the game. Each base starts with 30 HP. If you deal enough damage to the enemy base to reduce it to 0 HP, you win the game. Like, that's the general rule, but of course then we have the special bases that only have 25 health. And I think you can't go higher than your maximum health. So you can't, let's say you have 24 health and you have a restore 2 effect, you can't go to suddenly 26. Okay, setup. You have your base, you have your leader, and yeah, you put the leader below the base. Randomly determine which player starts the game. And yeah, those who start the game get the so-called initiative counter, which is, I guess you can just use anything, but it's this X which you have somewhere over here. And then you shuffle your deck, you draw 6 cards to form your hand. You may mulligan by shuffling your entire hand into your deck, then draw a new hand of 6 cards, but you must keep the 6 card. And the strategy tip says, we recommend taking a mulligan if your hand contains no units that cost 1 or 2 to play on your first round. So yeah, ideally you want to mulligan your hand if you can't play anything on your very first turn. Choose 2 cards from your hand and put them face down near your base. They are now resources. You will use resources to pay for cards and you play during the game. When both players are ready, start the game with the first action phase. So yeah, this kind of also shows how it looks like, the hand, the resources, the damage counters, the epic... Oh, that's an epic action counter. I thought that was the initiative counter, but I guess you can use anything to just mark your initiative. Oh, never mind. This... Yeah, this right here, this is the initiative counter. I was mistaken. Okay, gameplay action, most of the game. Yeah, so during the action phase, you go back and forth with the opponent, and you can do one action at a time. And that action can be to play a card from your hand, so you pay the cost and you play it. Attack with a unit. Normally you won't be able to attack immediately unless it has the ambush ability, or you play another card that allows it to somehow attack. Use an action ability. Action abilities are, for example, the actions on your leader or on other cards. Or pass, or take the initiative. You can take the initiative away from the opponent and they can still take it back. But once you pass, you will need to... You can no longer play anything else. So you should only pass if you really think you can't do anything else. And if both players pass, then it goes into the regroup phase. Okay. And when you pay for... So a resource looks like this, it's a face down card. You play a card that costs 2, you exhaust the resources, so you pretty much flip them like this to mark them as exhausted, and then you can't use them again until you ready them, either through a card effect or in the regroup phase. It can get a bit complicated, so it's best to be shown in a live game, but yeah. Units and resources enter the play exhausted, turn sideways like this, then become ready at the end of the regroup phase each round. Many cards that exhaust must exhaust in order to be used. Resources exhaust to pay for the cards, units exhaust to attack or use certain abilities indicated by the action icon. An exhausted card can't exhaust again until it is ready. Some leaders, including both Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader, exhaust to use their action ability. When you throw your leader's unit, ready it even if it was exhausted before. This means it can attack the same round it's deployed. Right. We have the cost, the name, traits. Okay, combat is divided into 2 separate arenas, ground and space. Each unit is either a ground or space unit as indicated at the top of the card. All ground units are played into the ground arena on one side of each player's bases, and all space units are played into the space arena. In combat, ground units can't attack space unit and vice versa. Okay, events. When you play an event, use its ability and put the event in your discard pile. So these are the spells, upgrades. So when you attach, you partially place it underneath it. So kind of like this, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if the unit with the upgrade is defeated, then the upgrade is defeated as well. Makes sense. Attacking with a unit. Okay. Attacking with is the primary way to deal damage to the opponent's base and win the game. You can also attack enemy units. A unit must be ready in order to attack. Only one unit can attack in a single action. Unless you have cards like Leia, which can make you attack with 2 units in the same action. If an enemy unit is the same arena as the attacker and Sentinel, it must be chosen as the defender unless the attacker has Saboteur. Okay, an ability that are active while the unit including Great become active at this time. If the attacker has Saboteur, defeat all shields on the defender. If the attacker has Restore, heal the damage from your base. If the attacker has on-attack abilities, use them now, and then you deal damage. So you kind of have to pay attention to this order. Deal damage if the unit is attacking a base, it deals damage equal to its power to that base. If it's attacking a unit, then the attacker and defender simultaneously deal damage equal to their power to each other. If either unit has damage on it greater than equal to its HP, it is immediately defeated. So yeah, you can kind of die at the same time. Okay, I'm using the action ability. Only one player can take this action each round. Okay, so you can't go back and forth with the initiative. Only one player can take it. Okay. Pass. If you can't or don't want to take any other actions, you may pass. When you pass, you are considered to have done nothing during your action, and your opponent is immediately able to take their next action. You may still take more actions later in the action phase. After a player passes, if their opponent passes or takes the initiative as their next action, the action phase immediately ends and players proceeds to the regroup phase. So you either both pass or someone takes the initiative away. Got it. Okay. Epic action is an action that can only be used once per game. Regroup phase, you draw 2 cards. You may choose 1 card, so you increase your resources by 1 each time. So you start with 2, and each regroup phase you put another one. Or you may choose not to put down a resource and keep all the cards in the hand. The player with the initiative counter chooses whether to put down the resource until they have enough resources to play their leader's epic action. Makes sense. Doesn't say how many you can have at most, but considering that we haven't seen a card yet that costs more than 9, I guess 9 is the standard limit. Okay, traits, Rebel and Imperial. Traits don't have their own rules, but some cards will affect cards with certain traits. Cards you control are considered friendly, cards your opponent controls are considered enemy. Unique cards. So unique cards are ones that have this starting next to their name. Specific characters or objects in the Star Wars universe and are indicated by a star before the card's name. You can only have 1 copy of each unique card in play at a time. If you ever have multiple copies of the same unique card in play under your control, you must immediately defeat one of them. Makes sense. Running out of cards in your deck. If you run out of cards in your deck, you continue playing with the cards you already have. So it's not like Yu-Gi-Oh! Where the next time you draw, you just instantly lose. Anytime you would draw a card from an empty deck, you instead deal 3 damage to your base. Okay, so yeah, this is like so games don't go on forever. So it's kind of like Hearthstone, you keep on taking damage. Anytime you would draw a card from an empty deck, you instead deal 3 damage to your base for each card you would draw. For instance, when you would draw 2 cards during your regroup phase, instead deal 6 damage to your base. Oh, so now it makes sense why there are cards that allow you to make your opponent draw cards, because if they have an empty deck and you force them to draw cards, like let's say the card that allows you to make your opponent to draw 2 cards, you will deal 6 damage effectively to their base, so that's pretty good. That's now it makes sense why you may want to include. Okay, a custom deck building. Deck must include a leader, a base, at least 50 other cards consisting of units, events, and upgrades. Your deck can't include more than 3, so up to 3 copies of each card makes sense. That's like standard. Okay, yeah. So as these are called aspect icons, these icons next to the top left. Okay. Your deck can include your leader and base. Okay, provides 2 icons to base, giving 3 aspect icons. Yes, so each leader has a color and is either a black or white card, so either a villain or a hero. And the base also provides 1 aspect. So you have you can have a total of 3 different colors potentially, or you can have a double blue and a white or black deck, and you can have cards that don't match the aspect of your leader or base, but then you pay the aspect penalty, which means you pay 2 extra resources for each missing icon. So that means, for example, I want to play the Redemption. Very good card. It costs 8. But it needs the blue and white aspect. If I don't have the white aspect, like I'm playing it in a villain deck, then I need to pay 10 resources. And if I don't have the blue, then I need to play 12. And I don't know if you are allowed to actually go up to 12. I mean, considering that you have a maximum of 50 cards in your deck, having to dump 12 of them as resources doesn't seem like a good idea. But yeah, this is the aspect penalty. If you really want to play a card, and like maybe I want to play I Am Your Father in a hero deck, then yeah, I will absolutely play the 5 resources instead of the 3 for it. Okay, for the rights. Okay, cards that have 2 blue icons would cost 2 extra because card with right, makes sense. The rule of thumb for your deck is to include about 30-40 units with a mix of ground and space units, and about 10-20 events or upgrades. You should make sure to include cards with a variety of costs, including plenty of 1-3 cost cards to play early in the game. Okay, and these are the credits here. There's some names of the lead game designer is someone named Daniel Schaefer. Okay, the gentleman has Chris Gerber. I'm curious if anyone is involved from LucasArts. Okay. Well, there's a Lucasfilm licensing from Brian Merton with Pascal Guinchard, and yeah, there's the Star Wars Unlimited webpage, and we have the glossary of the keywords. You might want to keep this on the side until you get used to it, even though each card normally explains what Sentinel does, but yeah. Defeat one share token, raid, got it. Okay, I think that's it for today. I might do another stream with deck building, and if I can manage to get my hands on more packs, I will absolutely do more pack opening. And who knows, if I get lucky, maybe able, but I don't know how the logistics of that work, I may be able to film an actual duel. As far as I know, this game is only like physical right now. It doesn't have like an online variant. Who knows, maybe in the future, but then again, this game has just been released. But yeah, overall, like I said, as a Star Wars and a card game fan, I was very happy to have this game released and couldn't wait to get my hands on some nice juicy cards. And yeah, I think I got what I wanted, so overall I am satisfied. But right now, I'm gonna... let's see if could I possibly raid, or if no one is online right now. Just going to go ahead and end it here. It's been a long stream and I am tired, so you will excuse me if I just end it here. Yeah, I think I'll just end it right now, but yeah. Thank you for tuning in, for cheering me on. You gave me luck to pull some very rare cards and very nice cards overall, and yeah, I hope to be able to provide more content like this in the future. For now, I would say, well, actually, before I say it, I will just wait a bit and wait for the ad break to end. But yeah, I think it's definitely my first time. I've done hand cams before. I think those were just some tests to show my hand and my keyboard, but yeah. I haven't done a card opening yet, but yeah, now that the ad break is over, I'm just gonna say thank you all for watching, whether you watched it live or you're gonna watch it later on the VOD. I hope you find this card game interesting, and maybe I sparked your interest in it too. Like, the rebellion has been sparked. Spark of Rebellion is the name of the set. But yeah, I'll see you all next time, so have a good one. Oh, that's the BRB screen. Sorry.